Продовольственный склад города Стаханов. Именно по нему пришелся основной удар американскими системами «Хаймерс». Здесь хранились продукты и материалы для восстановления города. Как видите, жители Стаханова остались без продовольствия. Материалов для восстановления также практически нет. А вы дома были в этот момент?
Нет, у сына были, повезло.
Мы вчера пришли.
Ну, Санька стоит, только печка газовая торчит. Ты провалилась только днем.
9.
В кровати торчат.
Машину выгоняли вчера.
Рано утром, около 4 часов утра, 15 июля.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалася війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за скільки, мабуть, за неділю до да, зробили мост. Все подобається, все, люди проїжджають, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Противник нанес ракетный удар по населенному пункту Стаханов. В результате ракетного удара повреждено множество частных жилых домостроений. То есть полностью уничтоженные дома, есть частично разрушенные. Также еще пострадали множество многоэтажных, квартирных жилых домов.
Раненые, погибшие.
В результате обстрела, по предварительным данным, ранены 2 мирных жителя. Вот. Ну, уничтожено очень много гражданской инфраструктуры. Огонь был нанесен противником из вооружения реактивных систем залпового огня М142 «Хаймерс» производства Соединенных Штатов Америки. В данном случае это управляемые ракеты вот с такими, скажем так, готовыми поражающими элементами.
Ай-яй-яй.
Контакт зліва.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, по особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Есть попадание! Разбегаются в стороны. Да. Дай. Попадай. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление.
Світ усе одно він дивиться і нас не захищає. Наскільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Контакт слева. навожу.
Давай, хорошо.
Вещи чуть-чуть. Тихо.
Ракета! Беріть, білу беріть! Микола, ви оцей білу.
Молодец.
Горят, суки.
Молодці, блядь.
Сейчас я поддержу. Ладно. Надо все позабрать. Нормально, что слабо. Вот это поддержу.
Вроде бы попал. Ветер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Да. Есть попадание. Разбегаются. Да. Да. Попадание. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление. Давай. Да блин.
Два рази, наверное, сюди. А так я не можу сказати. у нас. Вот это мне надо. Ингалятора. О. Походите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит такая. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать? Як пенсия минимальная.
Ай-яй-яй.
小红书。
Давай. Все, отстегивай ракету.
Да я видео снимаю.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні в місті. Ну, я нічого не хочу зараз ні наврочити, нічого не сказати, але просто я, друзі, хочу вам сказати, що будьте уважними, як завжди, кожен день, так і всі вихідні дні. Відпочивайте, все ж таки спостерігаючи за відповідними сигналами і за відповідною інформацією. Хочу побажати всім всього найкращого, друзі, всім нам перемоги, миру, злагоди. Слава Україні!
Наша держава, Россия, любимая наша страна, могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Народов союз вековой, преданная, мудрость народная, славься страна, мы гордимся тобой, широкий простор вместила жизни, грядущие нам открывают года, нам силу дает наша вынес отчизны, так было, так есть и так будет всегда. Славься страна, мы гордимся тобой.
I got goosebumps, man.
I don't know if it's good, but I'm sure the internet will tell me.
That was fucking amazing.
Really?
Absolutely. They were right. You got a 10, man. On that note, dude, thanks.
No problem.
And amazing. amazing voice.
Ай-яй-яй.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо шапку позабрать.
Нормально, что слабо.
Вот это все. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О. А так я не могу сказать. У нас вот это мне надо, ингалятора. О. Походите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит такая. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне.
Давай. Все, отстегивай ракету.
Миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, что где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать, як пенсия минимальная?
Контакт зліва.
Давай. Все, отстегивай ракету.
Мотивация какая была, кроме денег? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Ну, так ты жить
Жить?
не будешь. Ты жить не
Жить?
будешь. Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Продовольственный склад города Стаханов. Именно по нему пришелся основной удар американскими системами «Хаймерс». Здесь хранились продукты и материалы для восстановления города. Как видите, жители Стаханова остались без продовольствия. Материалов для восстановления также практически нет. А вы дома были в этот момент?
Нет, сына были, повезло.
Мы вчера пришли.
Тихонько стоит, только печка газова торчит. Ты провалилась тут одни.
9.
В кровати торчат.
Машину выгоняли вчера.
Рано утром, около 4 часов утра, 15 июля 2022 года, противник нанес ракетный удар по населенному пункту Стаханов. В результате ракетного удара повреждено множество частных жилых домостроений. То есть полностью уничтоженные дома, есть частично разрушенные. Также еще пострадали множество многоэтажных, многоквартирных жилых домов.
Раненые, погибшие.
В результате обстрела, по предварительным данным, ранены 2 мирных жителя. Вот. Уничтожено очень много гражданской инфраструктуры. Огонь был нанесен противником из вооружения реактивных систем залпового огня М142 «Хаймерс» производства Соединенных Штатов Америки. В данном случае это управляемые ракеты вот с такими, скажем так, готовыми поражающими элементами.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Кстати.
Світ все одно він дивиться і нас них захищає. Скільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо сейчас позабрать.
Нормально, что слабо.
Вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О. А так я не могу сказать. У нас вот это мне надо, ингалятора. О. Походите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была.
Наша держава, Россия, любимая наша страна, могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Мудрость народная, славься страна, мы гордимся тобой. Широкий простор вместила жизни, грядущие нам открывают года. Нам силу дает наша вынес отчизны. Так было, так есть и так будет всегда. Славься страна, мы гордимся тобой.
Dude, I got goosebumps, man.
I don't know if it's good or not, I'm sure the internet will tell me.
That was fucking amazing.
Really?
Absolutely. They were right. You got a 10, man. On that note, dude, thanks.
No problem.
And amazing voice.
Давай.
Так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит, такая. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать? Як пенсия минимальная.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Ты навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Вещи чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо. Ракета! Бери, білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу. Молодець.
Горят, суки.
Молодці, блядь.
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, иди сюда, давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? Блядь. А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я українець.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, троє.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали? Нет. Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Вытаскивайте до того.
Просто наблюдали.
Кто поменьше, полегче, вытаскивайте того пидора. Так, прикроешь? Давай я прикрою.
Да хуй прикрывать надо утаскивать.
А, все, вижу. Луки, блядь. Нихуя, тут джавелинчик лежит, блядь.
Задача какая была? Давай потом
Да наблюдать у них была задача.
Вот пулемет взяли нахуй.
Пулемет возьмите, оборону. Хули ты стоишь, бинт? Кто?
Пулемет, вот ты готов.
Ну все, нахуй, один за него, бинт, ложись за него быстрее.
Командир, иди сюда.
Связь с кем? Там кто стоит? Сколько там человек стоит? Сколько там?
Взвод здесь не будет.
Взвод? С артиллерии. Взвод охранения.
Да я видео снимаю.
Контакт слева.
Siren alert update, Kharkiv, full alert, this message has been generated with municipal data. Air siren alert update, Kharkiv, full alert, this message has been generated with municipal data. Air siren alert update, Kharkiv, full alert, this message has been generated with municipal data.
Беттер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Сейчас. Здесь попадание.
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Всё. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу. Еще тушит.
Світ усе одно він дивиться і нас них захищає. Тільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает.
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? She's a
Air siren alert update. Chernobyl, full alert. Poltava, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venetia the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn killer. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold, there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые.
Air siren alert update. Chernobyl, full alert. Poltava, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть. Ай-яй-яй.
Air siren alert update. Chernobyl, full alert. Poltava, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, на спину, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько у вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали? Нет. Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Потом, вытаскивайте до того. Что поменьше, полегче. Вытаскивайте того пидора. Так, прикроешь? Давай я прикрою.
Да хуй прикрывать, надо вытаскивать.
А, все, вижу. Лутки, блядь. Нихуя, тут джавелинчик лежит, блядь.
Задача какая была? Шли, давай потом.
Да наблюдать у них была задача.
Вот пулемет взяли нахуй.
Пулемет возьмите, оборону. Хули ты стоишь, бинт? Кто?
Пулемет, вот ты готов.
Вот все нахуй, один за него, бинт, ложись за него быстрее.
Командир,
иди сюда. Связь с кем? Там кто стоит? Сколько там человек стоит? Сколько там?
Взвод здесь не будет.
Взвод? С артиллерии. Взвод охранения.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды. Спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, вот. Ногу только.
Ладно. Надо сейчас позабрать.
Нормально, что слабо.
Вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О. А так я не могу сказать.
Air siren alert update. Sumi, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда 2 раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит.
Air siren alert update. Sumi, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Po granati šalje, Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbim pozdrav, po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srbine ne brini, Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini, srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi, srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, jer srpska granata ko da oči ima. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, jer srpska granata ko da oči ima. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je...
Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать, як пенсия минимальная?
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Ты навожу.
Давай,
хорошо.
Выше чуть-чуть. Тихо. Ракета! Бери, білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу.
Молодец. Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
小红书。
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад нож! Аллаху Акбар!
Контакт зліва.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. Вот все хорошо. Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо.
Давай.
Все, отстегиваю ракету.
Zagreb nam je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbi pozdrav po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn kit, there should be a burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine, he needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Открыто рано. Турникет? Нет, это так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, там есть...
Світ все одно він дивиться і нас них захищає. Скільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Бетер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Здесь попадание. Разбегаются стороны. Да. Да. А, попадай. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление. Давай, давай. Да блин.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо сейчас позабрать.
Нормально, что слабо.
Вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О. А так я не могу сказать.
Air siren alert update. Chernihiv, all clear. Poltava, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Это мне надо. Ингалятора. О. Походите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу.
Air siren alert update. Chernihiv, all clear. Poltava, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Вроде бы попал.
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Ветер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Здесь попадание. Разбивается в стороны.
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Да. Да. Попадай. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление. Давай, давай.
Air siren alert update. Sumy, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать? Як пенсія мінімальна.
Air siren alert update. Sumy, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Контакт зліва.
po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi.
Чистый остров наш Змеиный, больше нету там Орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn killer. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold, there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Нога. Турникет? Нет, так, простите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, там есть... Ай-яй-яй.
小红书。
Мотивация какая была, кроме денег? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь. Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде — это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, сюда, иди сюда, сюда, давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, сука, лег. Повернись.
I think is it Ryan O'Leary that comes on here occasionally, the American that ran for some sort of political office in Iowa.
In Iowa, that's correct. Yes.
I find his insights onto Ukraine and Ukrainian army practices now compared to past Soviet instilled practices that are very interesting. Growing up around Ukrainians as a child, I was always really horrified when we were compared to Russians because, you know, we were in the same part of the world. It's kind of like the Irish when they're compared to the English, or the Scottish when they're compared to the English. Just because we share the same island doesn't mean we're the same people. But the Ukrainians are their own mindset, their own, this is how we want to do things. And I think they've seen through the NATO training, which they've obviously employed extremely well during this conflict since 2014, which we should add, this whole all started in 2014. It didn't just start on the 24th of February 2022. But they've obviously proven themselves to be a very progressive nation, a very nation that will listen to others and think what will give us the best route to victory. And now, obviously, with the westernization, shall we say, of Ukraine, and they want to integrate with the world society, Zelensky has started to root out, well, not just Zelensky, but other people in Ukrainian society have wanted to purge themselves of that Russian influence, which can only be good. I have a Belarusian friend who I've played football with, and I talk to him not very regularly, but occasionally. With everything that's going on, obviously, Belarus is a small part of this war in some ways. Obviously, it's a large part because they allowed Russia to go through them to get to Ukraine. But I wish Belarus could take on Ukraine's mindset and start pushing that Russian's influence out, Russian influence away, because the Soviet Union died 31 years ago, nearly 31 years ago, and Russia is acting like a husband of an abused wife. They can't accept that certain countries just don't want to be part of them anymore, and they cause issues in first Moldova, then Georgia, now Ukraine. And obviously Ukraine has been a bit more of a problem to them, and it's what's really been interesting to learn and to thoroughly get interested in. It's just a pure difference between a Ukrainian's mindset and a Russian's mindset. And I think as the war goes on and Ukraine proves themselves victorious, that'll only be proved more and more, because obviously Russia is going to lose this war. It won't be tomorrow. It won't be next month. It will be 6 months, maybe to a year down the line. But the Russian way will only lead you to ruin and disaster and ignorance. And that is what's happening right now. Russia thinks it's this big bad person in the world, but big bad people hit the ground harder, and they're going to hit the ground very hard.
Yes, excellent point, Joey. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts as far as your Belarusian friend. Did he shed any insight to you as far as what he thinks of what's going on in Belarus right now?
He's one of the nicest people I've ever met, which I'm not trying to besmirch Belarusian people, but Belarus has always been that kind of enclosed society. I don't know many Belarusians. I've not interacted with many of them until he was the first one. So he's just left this lovely impression of Belarusians upon me. And so we talked, obviously, when the conflict started. And we talked before the conflict started anyway, a lot, because I can't talk Ukrainian. My relatives can talk Russian. He can talk Russian. At one point, we were talking about using him as an interpreter so I could actually video chat my relatives, because none of our family has been back to Otania in Ukraine since my granddad left in 43, 44. So I would really love to talk to my Ukrainian relatives. And one way we were going to do it, he was going to be my conduit. He was going to talk to them in Russian. They were going to talk to them back, because they're all a similar age. They were, let's say, children of the Soviet Union. He's very anti, I'm sorry, the Belarusian leader, his name leads at the moment, but he's very anti him, and he wants a free Belarusia. He wants a Belarus that's independent of Russia. He wants a Belarus like the Ukraine was striving to be before 2014, shall we say, before the Maidan and Russia invaded the Donbass. He is very against what's currently going on in Belarus at the moment with Lukashenko, I believe his name is, came to me. So yeah, shall we say, pro-independent Belarus, a Belarus that dictates its own history, its own future, and not one that is dictated to by Putin.
Yes, exactly. And I think most of the commentators and most of the analysts with eyes on Eastern Europe leave little doubt that the outcomes of what we're seeing on the ground in the Ukraine, that there are profound implications to come for Belarus, for Lukashenko, and of course, even more pertinently, to the entire Kremlin situs as we know it today. So yeah, that's. Go ahead.
Sorry. So a year from now, for instance, like, I'm just going to take this on a different tangent. Ukraine has won, has forced Russia out of Crimea, has forced Russia out of Donbass, has humbled the mighty Russia. Do we see a Russian Federation breakup? Do we see finally the Chechens going enough, breaking away? Do we see the Georgians kicking the Russian element? Do we see maybe a Moldovan reclaiming Transnistria? Do we see that in the future?
Of course, that's the $64 million question. At this stage, you could talk to the finest Russia scholars and the most studious experts on Eastern Europe and Eastern European politics, and I don't think anybody will give you a clear-cut reading out of the crystal ball. Things are very much unsettled, obviously, and things are very much up in the air at this stage of the game. And you probably listened to, there's a fellow from Kazakhstan, his name is Maddie, that comes on periodically here. And he's currently a student at London School, I believe in economics, but in any event, he's from Kazakhstan, and he has some very excellent insights on what's going on in terms of the Eastern, we call them SSRs, but they're obviously not SSRs anymore, the Eastern former SSRs.
Satellite states of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, exactly, satellite states. And I've asked him a number of questions on specific ones of the former satellite states. And he's got pretty complete information and pretty studied, detailed background on most of them, and Kazakhstan particularly. And you know, in terms of where this goes, to summarize, hopefully not unfairly, his commentary, yes, it seems that there are states like Kazakhstan, for example, that are clearly looking at their options. And then there's other states further to the east, like Kyrgyzstan, that if I assess his conclusions properly, he says really have not ever recovered particularly close ties with the Kremlin as it sits now, and even since 1991. So clearly, there's lots of fault lines that unfold, and where it goes from here. Far be it to me, I'm not a Russia scholar, and certainly not an expert on the SSRs to the east at all. But just very clearly, there is going to be a tremendous remaking of the map and reallocation of alignments and all kinds of political rejigging that goes on in the wake of this utterly ridiculous, this counterproductive, this entire exercise that Putin has launched into the Ukraine, this complete misadventure. The fallout and the spin-offs from this boondoggle are going to carry on probably for decades. So yes.
It certainly creates an opportunity for destabilization, and that could open up changes into some of these satellite states. My father was born in Poland, a part of Poland that is now part of Belarus.
Air siren alert update.
I visited
Mykolaiv,
that area in
full alert.
2018.
This message has been generated with municipal
I made some
data.
contacts with Belarusians, and I've been in touch with them during the war, and they are very united against the war. These are my friends who are in Minsk, and they object to it. They don't want their government to be part of it, but they are also captive in a non-democratic regime that they don't feel like they have means to oppose effectively. So I think the opportunity for a revolution like what we saw with the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine could happen there too. I mean, they attempted it in 2020 during their election. I think, we should.
Siren alert update.
What I was struck by was how
full alert.
closely
This
tied
message has
Russia
been
is to
generated with
Belarus.
municipal data.
I took a flight from St. Petersburg to Minsk, and I got some grief from them because there was an issue with my visa, and they said that they were talking about the rules for that flight, and they said that I was pointing to the rules that apply to international flights. And the Belarusian border guards were saying that a flight from Russia to Belarus is not considered by them to be an
Air
international
siren
flight.
alert update. Share Casey.
Because they
full
have
alert.
an open border
Hero
with Russia.
Full alert.
And that really struck
This message
me
has
because
been
they
generated
really
with
see
municipal
themselves
data.
as in a very close coalition with Russia. You don't need a visa to go across borders at all, which is similar to North America travel, but I was struck that they did not recognize that as an international flight.
I think in some ways, Russia almost wanted to set up like a competitor to the European Union. They wormed their way into the Ukrainian government enough to stop Ukraine further integrating themselves with the European Union. They pulled Belarus back in.
Siren alert update.
They obviously
Cherkasy.
tried
Full
something
alert.
in Georgia.
Kirovorod. Full alert. This
One
message
point in
has
time,
been
I'd love to hear
generated
from
with
Alex
municipal
Keftelli
data.
about his points in Georgia, how disruptive Russia was in Georgia, because I mean that's 16 years ago now, 14 years ago, sorry, since that all kicked off. So I just think this is, it's not underused, but it's absolutely perfect for Russia. They're just trying to be an imperialist nation. They're trying to go back to that czarist mentality, and this time they're not going to have a czar in terms of Tsar Nicholas II. They're going to have Tsar Putin the dickhead, I think his correct title would be. Hopefully not for much longer when he gets a bullet in his head, but I digress. I do honestly believe that at one point Russia was forcing and is still trying to force the reintegration of those Soviet satellite nations back into Russia. And I do listen to that guy from Kazakhstan, and he's very interesting. He's very eloquent and on point. And I think, going back to the misinformation thing, news is what you make of it. Sometimes you disagree with the news, but that is the news. And I think some people watch certain news outlets because it suits their objectives in life. And I think this is where this space is really, really good at. It comes across with actually, this is what's happening. This is not this person's fault, that person's fault, but this is the truth. This is what's happening. This is what we're being told. This is what we're being seen. And we're getting this from multiple sources. And that doesn't often happen now. And this whole thing blows my mind. On the 24th of February, I woke up to text messages in Ukrainian, messages in English. And it was heartbreaking because I just found my family again in Ukraine. We just reconnected. I can't talk Ukrainian. I'm obviously very English by my accent. And yeah. I'll get slated for this, I'm sure, but I hate Russia. I'm sorry. I look back at my great-grandfather's history, Ukraine's history against Russia. The Ukrainian culture is beautiful. It's cultural. Russia doesn't exemplify anything of what Ukraine can offer the world. And we need to give Ukraine everything it needs to defeat Russia, to humble Russia, to stop Russia having any more imperialistic ideas. And that needs to stop. It needs to stop now. Russia needs to be stopped, because if it's not Ukraine, it's obviously happening in Belarus, it'll obviously happen in Georgia, it'll obviously get through to somewhere else. It needs to be stopped, and it needs possibly broken up.
Okay, well said, Joey. Yes, and you make some excellent points there, Joey. I would just like to highlight briefly your reference to the valuable information that is conveyed by this space, and it's not often said, but it's well worth noting, I think, that the effect that this space is having, the effect that this space that Walter Leck created, and the diligent assistance he had from all manner of Canadian military and then other more widely spread sources. This all was extremely unique and valuable in from here on in terms of future reference. If you look at the entire media environment surrounding this this Russian whatever we choose to call it, there's not one good word, but this Russian misadventure is way too mild. But there is virtually no other media source out there right now that conveys as much on-site, up-to-the-minute information unfolding with regard to the entire Ukrainian picture right now as, for example, this site. And that's something that should be borne in mind by everyone. And of course, one of the key beneficiaries, if you will, or one of the key affiliations that gets some benefit directly to the Ukraine on the ground from this exercise on this site is Maria Aid. And I would encourage anybody who is listening across Canada, across the United States, across the world, that if you have a moment, Maria Aid is prominently featured by many of the contributors to this site, and it is an entirely non-profit organization that delivers aid to the Ukraine and to the Ukraine people and to the Ukraine military, non-actual active firepower aid, if you will, but all manner of humanitarian assistance, including tourniquets, medical kit, knee pads, just the entire vast potpourri of material that is required on a daily basis by the Ukrainian troops and to some degree by their all their support personnel. So if you're so inclined, kindly click on the Maria Aid website and make whatever timely and or considered donation you're able to do so to the ongoing effort here to eventually ensure that Ukraine is freed forever from this Russian imposition upon every aspect of Ukrainian life. So thank you. And Mr. Pickles.
Yeah, thank you, Leonard. So I believe that Joey mentioned Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is actually never impartial, and the fact that they are balanced is, if anything, if they are actually balanced in this conflict, that's a terrible thing, because that is not a conflict that you get balanced news for, so like basically you could be balanced or neutral in terms of the Brexit or something like that, but the fact that they're neutral towards this, I actually wouldn't trust it at all. I would say it's a terrible news source for this conflict. I read and write and understand Arabic, and if I read the headlines that they have now, it's pretty much yay Russia, So it's anti-establishment in a way, but I wouldn't recommend it for sure. And if anybody would actually want to comment on that, would be great. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома.
You very likely are correct. I doubt it as a news source myself. I was impressed that Akil is spending so much time on the Welter Report and is getting is using this as his main source. But yeah, this is not an issue that one can be balanced on. There isn't much room for balance when one side is committing a genocide.
if I may speak, I don't know how to put balance, but I don't get the impression that yay Russia, but I do get the impression that they're trying to be a bit more down the middle. They're not yeah this and yeah that. Yeah, I do want things to be more Ukrainian. I do want things to be more pro-Ukrainian. I do want things to say, yeah, listen, a Ukrainian city's been hit and a 4-year-old child's been hit. This is why the West needs to give more air defense. That's a purely emotional response, because everybody with any stretch, any inch of conscience or imagination needs to know and knows that we need to give the Ukrainians more air defense, and we need to stop these shitheads doing these things. Is Al Jazeera the best? I don't think it is, but I don't think it's particularly bad either compared to what we have in the USA, when we have CNN, we have Fox News, we have MSNBC. I think Al Jazeera is a lot better than those. I don't think it's the Cristiano Ronaldo of news networks. Don't get me wrong, but it's a lot better than some.
I understand what you're saying, but I actually prefer any free independent news out of any independent country that has free press. Even the German press, I would rather take DW all day. With all what's going on with Germany, it's a free country, and you can say whatever the hell you want on their state TV, and they make fun of Scholz all day with no problem. So I would rather take DW. I would take France 24. I would take anything. But any of these news channels do not have any kind of autonomy that I would say it's better than other Arabic news sources, but the freedom of press is not something that is known for this part of the world that I'm very familiar with, and I would definitely suggest that anybody listening to Al Jazeera, specifically in this conflict, I suggest that there might be many other sources. It's not the worst, but I think that I don't actually think of what would be the second worst source that I could think of. I don't even think Fox News comes second, in my opinion. I don't know, but yeah, but like, if I know that you don't read Arabic per se, but I
No.
can, like, if you want, let me translate to you the headline that they have right now.
Sure.
It says Russia warns Ukraine about hitting critical infrastructure, that the response will be terrible, something like that, something down that line. I don't know about you, but I don't think that that's a biased. I think that's actually biased. That's more like U.S. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't disagree with the point you're coming from, in that Al Jazeera isn't from an Arabic nation. Obviously the freedom of speech, shall we say, is restricted at times in some nations, Arabic nations, and I totally take on board of that. And I think you've actually raised a very good point. But even then, I don't disagree. I don't think that headline is too biased. I just think that's Russia saying, "Look, we're going to do, if you want to do that, yeah, you're going to fuck around and find out." And Ukraine's just going to go, "Well, try it, bitch, because we're Ukraine and you're Russia, and we'll just fucking hit you back just as hard as you've hit us." Apart from Russia's will obviously be a lot more barbaric. So I don't disagree in the way Al Jazeera put that headline, but I do totally take on board and agree with your point about the freedom of press in some Arabic nations. Now, do I totally agree with what Al Jazeera puts out? No. If I see something that Al Jazeera said, I might go and research it on 2 or 3 other points. And then obviously my main source of news for this conflict war is the Walter Report, because I've always found this to be very trustworthy. A guy that I used to talk to on Twitter recommended this very early on in the war, in this part of the war, and since then I've been hooked. I mean, most of my days is sitting there soldering pieces that go onto satellites. And so when I'm to drown the idiots out at work, I listen to Walter Report because A, I'm learning about my ancestral homeland, and B, it's good news and it's well built, concise news. And we get a multitude of points, like you've just counted my Al Jazeera point, and that's why I'm near enough addicted to this Twitter space, because it's a very good source of news. We get to talk, we get to put our points across. And I do totally buy what you've just said about Al Jazeera because of the restrictions in some Arabic nations.
Also, I'll add, I don't see that headline on the English version. So when you're reading the English version, maybe it's more balanced. I don't know if you see it where you are.
I haven't checked out. I haven't checked out here in a couple of days.
I can read both, but I can read both. But you can tell the state direction, or like what orders that they have from the Arabic more, because they try to water it down in English. Yeah, you can definitely tell. Okay, these guys say, like, for example, you wouldn't say that in front of a group of, like, let's say that you have a group of people that you can't say something in front of them, but you can say it in front of others. But it was in your heart, so it would actually show up in the Arabic version, but not in the English one. So I would say that that's more. You would actually know the agenda more if you read the original. That's why I do that.
And I agree with you that headline is slanted towards Russia. It gives Russia a moral standing that they shouldn't have.
But I'd counter that if you've been following this war to any point, for even the last week or so, you wouldn't give Russia any moral standing, because Russia has proved itself to be an immoral, degenerate state at this point. You can't justify anything Russia has done. And if Russia's saying, oh, you don't want to do this because we'll do this, you know that Russia's just saber rattling as usual. It happened very early on in the war, when they were saying, if you do this, we're going to roll out nuclear weapons. If Russia rolls out nuclear weapons, I'd be more concerned about Russia at this point, because I don't think the weapons could get past Russian borders. Judging how Russian weapons have been acting so far, the only... yeah. I mean,
of course, that's the case. But we're saying, if that's how Al Jazeera is presenting it to a new reader, then it gives them a moral standing. They're issuing warnings. So, the suggestion being that the consequences to Ukraine are were known to Ukraine, and so then they have a justification which they shouldn't have. That's what I mean by a different moral standing. I'm not suggesting that you were under that delusion, but someone else could gather that from a headline like that, which they're not presenting, as far as I can see, to the English-speaking audience.
No,
so
that
suggests that Mr. Pickles' point may, have a lot of credibility to it.
Yeah, I can certainly agree with that. I mean, Mr. Pickles is a great name, by the way. My daughter would love that. She loves pickles. 4-year-olds and pickles.
It's a little humiliating to say for some reason, but I'll take the comments from you for sure. Akil, did you have another comment?
So, definitely, for clarification to Mr. Pickle. See, I don't understand Arabic. I watch Al Jazeera English channel. So I can clearly basically tell you that, whatever Al Jazeera reports, I think there is a truth in it. If Russia or Putin has given a warning, whether it is Arabic or English channel, if they report, it does not become slanted towards any nation, correct? If someone has given a warning and if a channel reports, that is, they are doing the reporting. So you cannot tell that headline is pro-Russian or things like that. They're just reporting it. Yeah, maybe if you go below the article, if you go into detail, yeah, then you might agree. The headline may or may not tell you anything. The secondly, my comment towards Al Jazeera was in comparison to the overall program qualities, correct? Okay. So if you compare, see, I see BBC, I see Al Jazeera English, I watch Hong Kong World HD, okay, and France 24. So these are my primary news source. So our comment was that, what is a good channel, and we discuss about Mudro's newspaper versus, BBC or other things. So that is the, qualitative, comparison we did this, we never spoke about what, Al Jazeera Arabian headline talks about, because I don't understand those. Okay, so that is one clarification. Yeah, and definitely you need to use your common sense. Like I had different perception about Russia when I was in high school and a kid, correct? But perception has totally changed. In fact, totally opposite now, when Russia has invaded Ukraine, correct? And no matter what Russian propaganda happens within, Russian territory, they have lost the face in front of international community. Okay, so that I can tell you, it's guaranteed. Whether some nation openly expresses that or not, but those are governments. But if you talk to ordinary citizen of any country, nobody is liking what Russia did to Ukraine. Correct? So yeah, so government is on part, but for ordinary citizen like you and me, I think people have common sense, empathy, and love for people. Nobody will, basically say, that whatever Russia did to Ukraine is correct. So that is the point. Yeah.
So, you make some very good points, but I have a question for you with reference to the English language coverage in India, in general. I'm in Canada. There's a large Indian community in Canada, as I'm sure you know, and a good deal of their reference seems to come through and from the India Times. Now, you've mentioned Al Jazeera in India. My impression is that Al Jazeera seems to have a very extensive coverage throughout India, and much more so than anything that's seen within the Indian community in Canada, certainly, perhaps North America. Would you agree with that?
Okay, so I will tell you, I'm in UK, I'm in London, correct? So I don't see any Indian channel. The reason is, Indian channel few years back was very, very good. There is no reporting. Now it has become very rubbish. The only reason it has become rubbish, because I think majority of the channel is now, bought by corporates. Like, there is a businessman called Mukesh Ambani. He basically control 80% of the, English channel, the broadcasting rights, correct? Whether it is Hindi, English. So, and he's pro-Modi. So basically all the narrative will be controlled by, BJP governments, okay? There are a few other good channel newspaper like Hindu and other thing, okay? They will basically try to report, whatever happens. NDTP quality was good, but I think people from Modi's governments, they are slowly filtering that, So to compare few years back what it was, and it is totally degraded. So you cannot just watch in any Indian channel, because here the advertisement restricted. If you go to India and open a TV screen, almost 60% of our TV will be covered with the advertisement, constant flickering advertisement. Your left and or right side, almost 20% of the screen, and the bottom 20%. So it is gone terribly bad, So that is one thing. But there are a couple of good newspapers who can basically, talk against governments. Okay, but majority of them are like owned by Mukesh Ambani and people who are in power, political in power, So that is how the media is controlled. So that is it. So I really cannot tell what people from Canada watches, what are the type of channel. But my only source, trusted source, is social media, because when you see a video cannot tell you wrong. You can do image manipulation. So I am a person who has spent a lot of time on Twitter, okay, honestly. And there are a lot of, people who are working day and night to basically counter the fake media, narratives. So they are very, very good source. And if you observe, BJP government and Modi's government, they are basically harassing all these, people, and couple of them, they have recently put in jail. But still, people are, trying to do a good work. So that is the, it is controlled now, mostly political narratives. So whatever the government wants, this 5-6 New Delhi, or we call Noida-based Godi media, they don't have any content. Whatever the government will tell them to talk about, so they will, talk like parrots. So the quality of Indian news channel has really deteriorated. There is nothing left. In fact, there are a couple of BBC reporter, they also, because they are from Indian origin, so they got manipulated, because they have to talk in the same language which government wanted to hear. So that is the state of, Indian news channel. Okay, so that's all.
Okay, so just one follow-up impression from that, Akil. Would you say like on this particular site, we seem to be getting more than our fair share of commentators from the Indian subcontinent, who seem to be very susceptible and very willing to parrot a large number of Putin, if you will, or Russian talking points.
Yeah.
Do you by your assessment, would you say that is representative of a goodly large swath of
this
Indian
message has been generated with municipal
political thinking at this point, or not?
Yeah. So if you observe, when basically voting happened in the UN, correct? India did not participate in the vote, because they cannot talk against Russia openly. So that was from the vote. They never took any stand. Although it was grossly wrong. Any sound-minded people will basically tell whatever Putin is doing is wrong. So I think Indian government did not take any stand on the UN meeting, as far as I remember. So that's basically summarizes everything. And there are Indian media, they are telling that because they want to project Modi as a superpower, good negotiator. So they are telling that Modi has a power to basically talk to Putin and make him understand things like that. But he has never done that.
Siren alert update.
So
Mykolaiv.
So there are lots of people.
Alert. This message has been generated with municipal
the
data.
government wanted to basically say, they will be talking even that in social media.
Right. No, I understand that. And so essentially what you're saying, of course, from the Canadian perspective, nobody in Canada has anything good to say about Putin, period.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're aware
because
of
you guys are a progressive country, correct? India has changed. India has changed drastically since 2014, yeah. And
yes,
yeah,
correct.
yeah. So that Modi was a good friend of Trump, yeah. And they are the like-minded, so you can just So,
I don't know about the connections there, but what I do know, in terms of the cultural ties, if you will, the economic ties, there's been a long historical connection between Canada and India. And I'm just wondering if you can assess why India pays so little heed to the Canadian current mainstream thinking on Russia. In fact, Modi seems to just simply ignore Canada's sentiments with regard to Russia.
Correct. See,
you're-
so if you
Yes.
if you observe, India does a lot of defense, procurement from Russia. I think back in 2004 or 10, India bought around 45 MiG-29 fighter from Russia. Okay, many of them crashed. I think 3 of the MiG-29 crashed. Recently, I think in 2-3 years back, but Indian government never said anything. So historically, India was very close to Russia. I mean, during my childhood, when Russia basically, sent out Sputnik, and people were impressed that, okay, there is an advanced country. But now the perception is very, very, different, but yeah, perception is totally different.
Okay, thank you, Akhil. Sinelg, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I'm in New Zealand, and while we're on the topic of media, I have a cousin in London who mistrusts social media totally, and he believes that The Guardian is the one news source that he listens to. And I'm pretty sure I heard somebody a couple of months back on this site say that it actually wasn't that trustworthy. And I've been waiting for this sort of topic to come up so that I can ask if anybody knows, so that I can actually advise them on The Guardian. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for that question. Sinelg, am I saying that correctly, or what's the correct way to say?
Yes, it's Sinelg, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you, Sinelg. So, very interesting point. As I'll just make a brief comment on this, and then we've got some UK citizens here that can probably shed more light. But in any event, from a Canadian perspective, the range of coverage, if you will, in the UK. Now, Canada pays very close attention to UK news sources, and there's a range of them. The Daily Telegraph is one that has historically been paid given somewhat attention in Canada. Now, the Daily Telegraph was actually owned for a long period of time by a Canadian newspaper magnate, Conrad Black, became Lord Conrad Black, then subsequently became non-Lord Conrad Black, and is now living in Toronto in some lesser degree or more of obscurity, you might say. But regardless, the newspaper itself did have considerable sway in Canada, and to some degree is followed currently. It's considered to be more of a conservative news source. The Guardian, again, this is the perception from people who read it regularly in Canada. The Guardian presents a more, if you will, left-wing kind of a perspective, and then, but very extensive coverage on a whole range of foreign policy issues, and obviously the entire matrix of news coverage, and then on to the Rupert Murdoch-owned entities, such as the London Times, the Sunday Times, the News of the World, I believe, got shut down ignominiously when Rebecca Brooks kind of went offside in the British press a few years ago. But regardless, I think the bottom line from the perspective of what I am saying is that it would be useful to read a wide range of the British news coverage and a wide range of the traditional covers of, shall we say, foreign policy matters in general and domestic political matters as well. So that's kind of my slant on it. And Joey, I don't know if Joey is still here. Joey, I think, had some excellent commentary upon the state of UK media affairs up to the minute, and I'm sure there's other commentators here who can shed quite a bit of light on the subject. So yes, by all means, your comments are open and welcome at this point. And thank you, Sinelg, for raising the issue.
Thank you, and thank you for the space and for your work.
Oh my god! Holy shit! Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it.
So I don't know if Joey is still there. I haven't looked. If you have any comments on that media issue, Joey, that would be great.
Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do.
No, I don't see Joey there. Do we have any other?
Am I on?
You're audible. I don't see a hand though. Tell me who you are.
Oh, my name is Debbie. I have a Korean name, and so that's me with the flower. I'm Korean American.
Oh, okay. Is that Belarus?
And I was just listening earlier today, this morning, and then now. I just wanted to comment though about me being in Texas and what it was been
Oh,
like.
sure. Go ahead.
Somebody had mentioned that they had difficulty voting because they had so few options, and that has been the case in Texas for such a long time. The last Democrat that won here was Ann Richards. The mentality of people, when you ask them questions about who they're going to vote for, it seems very superficial. I remember asking friends.
Flower, can I interrupt? I'm just going to interrupt briefly here. Do I have the correct name? Is it Flower? Is that how you prefer to be called?
It's Debbie.
Or Javi, sorry. Okay, Javi, I'm just going to interject here because you're getting into a very interesting issue and that has been discussed in depth, but on other spaces. I understand you're raising domestic issues in Texas, which is fine, and many of us refer extensively to Texas domestic politics. But this site is dedicated to Ukraine and to foreign policy issues with reference to Ukraine. So if you have any commentary that would reflect upon that.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
It's kind of a long about story, but the end result is that fast forward now, or actually fast forward to 2018, and I had a huge argument with people because I asked the question, since when are we friends with Russia? And I had a huge fight with people about it. I know that we've been enemies for a long time, and their invasion of Ukraine definitely indicates that we still should be enemies. However, the people I talk to in Texas seem to gloss over Russia's attack on Ukraine, saying things like, we shouldn't be there because we have ourselves to worry about. They don't want to support Ukraine, and it's been going on for years. I was very shocked, though, in 2018 that people would consider Russia friendly. And of course, their invasion with Ukraine, Russia has to be stopped, I tell people, because they won't stop. And Ukraine is a democratic country. They're sovereign, and they should not be invaded like that. So that was my main comment. And I will mute myself so I can hear comments.
Okay, thank you for that, Javis. Yes, that's a very pertinent comment. But I would just point out that you're referring to the scenario, if you will, in the U.S. and perhaps in Texas as of 2018. And I fully appreciate the comments you're making. But I would simply point out to you that current day, the situation is on the ground is this. The Lend-Lease program that has been advanced to the U.S. Congress by a broad bipartisanship coalition, if you will, in Congress, was actually sponsored by one of the senators from Texas, John Corman, and there apparently was no dissent from his advancing that bill by the other senator from Texas, Ted Cruz. Now, I understand you're referencing occurrences that go back to 2018, but I would just point out to you that the political landscape in the United States is a fairly fast-moving entity, and that there have been many bushels under the bridge since 2018, and I'm speaking from a Canadian perspective, and I'm somewhat familiar with Texas. Your other senator, Ted Cruz, was actually born in Calgary, Alberta, so he's kind of an Albertan in origin. And there's some cross understanding between this part of Canada and Texas, but there's by no means any political symbiosis. In other words, politics in Texas is totally different than politics in Alberta, but that's different. What is important here is that there's a broad cross-section and seems to be bipartisan of support in the United States Congress for Ukraine and for all of the material, economic, moral, and political support that is going towards the Ukraine. So I will
agree to a point. The midterms are coming up, and from what I hear, if the Republicans get back into power, I think that the support for Ukraine will drop. That's my last point.
Okay, and that's a fair point. That's a fair enough point to make. And certainly in the last 2 days, we've had at least several commentators on who've been very much of that kind of a viewpoint. And all that can be responded really from the standpoint of this site is that it's critical. And we had a very cogent speaker on yesterday, Peter Doran, who is actually a Republican, if I'm not mistaken, in his original orientation, although he comes forward with somewhat of a nonpartisan approach. And he's making the point that there is a real need to push for a across the board support throughout the United States on all political spectrums for the Ukraine and for the effort in the Ukraine for the war effort and for the material support, because from an American standpoint, and we watch this from Canada, of course, and we've got long historical memories here, and we've seen build up to World War II, and we've seen Canada jump into the fray literally 3 years ahead of the United States, but eventually the U.S. does come along, and as Winston Churchill has said, the United States of America can be counted upon to always do precisely the right thing once they've exhausted every other possible alternative. So, from a realistic standpoint,
I hope so, and I think that after the midterm elections, we will know more. But right now, the people I talk to in Texas are not as supportive for Ukraine. There's some that are very vocal, but they tend to be independents or Democrats. The Trump people, the Trump supporters, are definitely not supporters of Ukraine. They're the ones that say we should keep the money in the United States.
okay, and again, excellent point. And all I can suggest from that standpoint, I'm sorry, I'm not catching your correct name. I'm going to say Flower, but I know that's not right. I apologize. Probably the very best thing that you can do in am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so probably the very best thing you can do is simply get the word out as much as possible as to with the details that you can obtain from this particular site and sites like this, with accurate information as to what's going on in the Ukraine, and accurate information as to how utterly valuable the support that is being given by the United States is. And just simply try to spread that as far and as wide as possible throughout Texas and adjoining states. Because very clearly, I can't believe that the average everyday voter in the street in Texas would support the manner of Russian atrocities that are being covered and seen daily across.
Unfortunately, I think that the American public has a short attention span. They don't listen to the news from different sources. They tend to be just one station or two. And when you ask them for their sources, they'll say, oh, you can find it anywhere. So I think that the people that I talk to are, I actually met Mr. Cruz, Senator Cruz. I did not get to talk to him. I don't like him, but as part of my job, I had to be polite. He was polite. But in terms of his policies on gun issues, that is the biggest thing right now in Texas is the gun Uvalde massacre. And Ukraine is not on the radar as much as I would like it to be. But I just wanted to let you know that, at least from where I'm hearing, Ukraine and Russia are more in the background. They're not really talking about it here in Texas.
I think the challenge would be to seek that candidates running for Congress, we survey them for their opinions on Ukraine and then really take them to task to align themselves with a pro-Ukraine stand before they get elected, so that even the ones that are coming in have allied themselves with the Ukrainian issue. I think what you're saying, Debbie, makes sense to me, that there is some risk with the midterms that there could be a shift in support in Congress for Ukraine. I really hope that's not the case. And I think we should do everything to oppose it. But I think it is a valid concern that Americans are going to have to deal with, because we know that the people in this space are on the right side, and we're all advocating for Ukraine. And how to approach this November election is something that deserves a lot of thought and attention.
Yes, thank you for that.
And thank you. And Belarus, you have a comment or a question?
Mic check?
100%.
Great. First of all, thank you, Walter, for the space. Thank you, Leonard and David, for your hosting duties. And I'm going to tack on the conversation that Debbie kicked off and just say that, first of all, Debbie, don't lose heart. It's great that you feel as strongly as you do for Ukraine. And maybe just point the folks in Texas to some unbiased news coverage of a little girl with Down syndrome killed outside of a medical clinic in Vinnytsia, or the rape and murder of civilians in Bucha, or Irpin, or Berdyansk, and ask them how they would feel if that was happening in Austin, or Dallas, or Houston, or San Antonio, or any of their homes. We have a moral obligation to our fellow humans to stop the genocide, and thank goodness there are sane people in the United States and other countries that have stepped up, perhaps not as fast as we might have liked, but they've stepped up, and Ukraine is getting some of the things that it needs. Not enough, not fast enough, but don't give up, Debbie. We need more people like you, whether it's in Texas or Toronto or London or Paris or Berlin. And the more our voices are heard in spaces like the Walsh Report, the greater strength we can get to continue to promote Ukraine's interests. So thank you for coming up to the space and sharing with us, because although I think, like Leonard, I suspected that we were going to go down the rabbit hole of United States internal politics, I completely got where you were going, so thank you. I just wanted to touch on the media debate that was going on a little earlier with Joey, and Leonard had asked some questions, and there'd been a conversation about sources, and I find The Guardian, to their credit, the Guardian website, is the only major, well, certainly not even the BBC has a live ticker of news from Ukraine anymore. So typically on the BBC website, what happens is that if there's a crisis or if there's a major news story, they'll open up about it. But as I say, to the Guardian's credit, they've kept their ticker going. And with regards to Al Jazeera, it shouldn't really come as a surprise to us that there is some, at best, neutral coverage of what's going on, of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, given that it's a Dubai-based organ, and I think we know that the UAE has been very neutral about the invasion. They value the oligarchs and the Russian money that has left pretty much most of the European capitals and has migrated to Dubai. And I suspect that might explain why Al Jazeera, at least on the Arab version, as was reported by I can't remember the speaker's name, Mr. Pickles, I think, Mr. Pickle. But yeah, it shouldn't come as any surprise to. It didn't come as any surprise to me, rather. So yeah, I think it's important to search out unbiased as possible platforms, and to continue to promote those over platforms that are less trustworthy. So those are my thoughts, and I'll drop down to listener. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Powers. That sheds considerable light on that precise question. And yeah, I would just echo a part of what you were referring to, and that's with reference to Al Jazeera. Again, certainly from a North American perspective, we don't have much insight, if any, as into the ownership factors, the behind the scenes apparatus, if you will, with respect to organizations like Al Jazeera. So I think certainly there is perhaps a bit of a perception that Al Jazeera may weigh the Russian perspective a little more favorably than what you might say would be traditionally and acceptably done from a Canadian perspective, or perhaps even from a U.S. perspective. And certainly, from my knowledge, Al Jazeera does not hold great sway within the UK. But not to say that it's to be ignored by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly from that perspective, if one is consuming, say, the Al Jazeera product, then yes, by all means, balance that with a corresponding access from sources that are much more broadly based, if you will, and much more historically founded in the West. I mean, and there's no magic to that. Everybody knows what I'm speaking of. From the from the Economist to the Financial Times to the even the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, for example, the Globe and Mail in Canada, which is a traditionally, at least once loved source of news coverage. So, yeah, but the bottom line being, please keep a balanced perspective on those issues. Thanks. And any further questions or comments on that front would be appropriate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just a quick. Al Jazeera actually is not Dubai. It's Qatar. Al Arabiya would be Dubai, and Al Arabiya is a whole nother story of. This is like pro-Russia, straight up. And that has to do with the money that the distinguished listener was talking about. Yes, they are taking money. All the oligarchs' money are going there, and it actually has to do. The reason for that is this part of the world hates democracy basically, and anything that is anti-democracy is good. So that's why Al Arabiya is pro-Russia, I would say. And as for Al Jazeera is Qatar, which is maybe the least worst anti-democracy place that is there, which is I chose my words carefully. It's the least worst, which is weird. But anyway, So it actually gets even more complicated. Why Al Jazeera is doing that? It has to do with what happened in the Arab Spring and the Syrian Revolution, and it has to do with why they didn't cover it that much, and why are you focusing on Ukraine when you didn't focus on Syria? It's a whole other story, but everybody has an agenda, and but in reference to what you were talking to, that would be Al Arabiya and that would be Dubai, but Al Jazeera is Qatar. Just wanted to make that clear, and also I'm clear. The English version, yes, it is much more balanced and watered down, but it doesn't make it completely fair. But the Arabic version is definitely much more clear that it's biased. But yeah, I read the English version; it doesn't seem that bad, but I still wouldn't prefer it.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Pickles. And for anybody who wishes to delve further into those particular media items, we've had several commentators on the site from that specific part of the world. There is M based out of Egypt, and we've had several commentators out of Dubai. And I know there's certainly somewhat of a range of opinion issues that arise out of that area. So I would suggest that anybody who wishes to pursue coverage rooted in those centers should certainly have some reference to the commentaries that have been made by M and others who are experts in particular Middle Eastern affairs and can very, very readily slice through some of the turbulence and the inherent biases, if you will, and some of the more, shall we say, regional weightings that may be attached to news interpretations and news coverage in that area. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. I would just say it's a big mess, and it's a can of worms, and even don't trust anybody who's telling you anything, including me. It's just a complete, total bag of worms that shouldn't be touched, I think.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Pickles. And I think, Ankir, you had your hand up. Go ahead. Did we lose Ankir? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, super. Thank you. And we have one request. Ankir, go ahead. Ankir, can you hear me?
Ankir had requested to speak but hadn't been raised yet, so I just raised them, and and hopefully they'll connect in a moment and can speak. The people who are down below and where it says requested need to be raised in order to speak. And sometimes it can take a little time for them to join. There. Oh,
okay.
there you
Hi.
go.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, I had dropped down.
Yeah.
I'm outside of a concert, and their band is still starting to warm up. And so, if there's too much background noise, just let me know, and I'll drop down.
So far, you sound good.
Okay, I'm trying to walk further away from the bandstand. A.R. Rahman is going to play tonight. Yay! So, thank you for hosting. You two, you're doing a great job. And Slava Ukraine. I'm a longtime listener, started in February, and was really happy to find the Walter Report. It's really kept my sanity because I don't think the mainstream news is doing the war coverage justice at all. And I think if I was just following mainstream news, i.e. the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, I subscribe to all of those rags I have for decades, I would think the war is lost several times over, especially if you read the op-ed pages. So I'm not even sure there is a good mainstream, middle-of-the-road, objective source of news when it comes to the Ukraine crisis. And I've been very, very thankful for the Walter Report. And then in regards to what Debbie was saying earlier, I live in the Pacific Northwest, which is pretty, I guess blue. And I'm not going to talk about politics, but I'm going to talk about my own set of friends who are doctors and lawyers and pretty much professionals. And when I bring up Ukraine, they seem to be like, wow, you're following the war? They seem to be surprised. And I'm absolutely aghast that they're not following. This to me is, this very much echoes World War II, World War I, all the prior genocides. I think it's going to escalate. Ukraine will win this, but, for some ungodly reason they didn't. I think the dominoes would fall. And I'm just aghast at my own friends. My own circle of friends are not following more closely. But when I talk about it, they're like, oh, of course that we support the war. But again, they're not following any details. I say, there's rapes, there's sodomy of old men. They don't know this. They're like, really? That's happening? I'm like, oh, wow. What is the mainstream news reporting, if anything? And I think if where I am, which I feel like is a pretty bright community that follows world news, is paying this little attention to what's going on right now, I'm pretty disappointed, and I'm thankful that both halls of Congress and our president are paying attention. And yes, I have been writing letters. So that was my 2 cents. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Ankir. And it's very interesting to hear from you in the Pacific Northwest. I'd just maybe ask you just plumb a little further. In terms of your vicinity, we seem to get a fair amount of feedback out of the Pacific Northwest, and whether it be Oregon or Washington state, with regard to support for Ukraine, and somewhat of a fairly good awareness of the state of affairs on the ground. So is that kind of hit and miss or very spotty, or do you find that there's a growing awareness in your neck of the woods, shall we say? Thank you.
Partial alert.
Oh,
This
yeah,
message
thank you.
has been generated with municipal
I'm
data.
the only person I know that listens to the Walter Report. And I'm pretty much the only person I know that subscribes to so many newspapers, and I've been kind of an oddity in my social circle for years because of this, I suspect. Although my friends are knowledgeable people. I'm not trying to downplay that. I see Ukrainian little flags flying around my town. I mean, I think there is a lot of support. I just don't think they're digging deep or following it, very as closely as I would expect people to follow such a major event in the world. And I live in a little town. I'm only 60 miles from Vancouver, Canada, and I'm 90 miles north of
Air siren
Seattle,
alert
so I'm
update.
pretty little
Donut
town.
partial
But it's
alert.
a university
This
town.
message has
It's
been
a
generated with
very
municipal
politically
data.
active town. There's always protests downtown. In fact, I might say that we have the longest standing peace protest in the United States. It's every Friday, and it has been for decades and decades. And I haven't been by them lately to see if they're flying Ukrainian flags. I should go down and see what they're up to. Yeah, I hope that helps. Thank you.
Yes, that does help. I just have one further question for you, though. You kind of piqued my interest with that particular region, and it's with reference to. You mentioned you're getting very close to Vancouver, Canada, and I have some pretty decent feedback out of that region, and there seems to be, I would say, a reasonably acute awareness in Vancouver and the British Columbia coastal region as to and interest in day-to-day affairs in the Ukraine, and a definite interest in following that, and also in supporting the clear efforts that Canada is making, the Canadian federal government. I'm just wondering if you see any cross-pollination there between, say, the Canadian side of the border and your side of the border, or if there's a clear dividing line at the 49th there. Thank you.
As people that live on the border, I think we all consider Canada to be like part of us. I feel like I'm actually a loyal Canadian, and I love your Prime Minister. I love Canada so much. I think if you added up all the time I've spent up there, it'd be years of my life. But I haven't been to Vancouver since the war broke out, and I would expect there to be huge support, however. And the border just kind of reopened with the COVID restrictions easing. So I should get up and just scope it out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And H2O, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking my call. I've been a longtime follower of the Walter Report. I think I should have said mic check first. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
You're 100%.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually driving. I understand that I'm calling from America, and I just wanted to let you know that there is strong support for Ukraine, both in the conservative and military sector and in the democratic sector from where I live. And so there is strong support. Unfortunately, the news cycle in America has so many other terrible, heart-wrenching events going on, so that although Ukraine is not getting as much attention for all the atrocities that the Ukrainian people are suffering through, we wholeheartedly, for the most part, do support them. And even if there is a Republican change in November, which I personally hope will not be, I think there's still going to be financial support for Ukraine, because I do read papers and listen to a lot of people, and I do find that there is strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. It's just we're being overwhelmed with gun shootings and everything else, Roe versus Wade and all these other things, the January 6th committee sessions, that we're just being overwhelmed, and there's only so much trauma that we can handle at a time. And I'm a monthly donor to Maria Aid, and I've also donated to James Vasquez and RIP's thing. So I just wanted to say that even though there may not be as much media going on right now in the world, in America for Ukraine, you're still on the back of our heads. We're not forgetting you. We're just getting overwhelmed. And that was my only comment. And God bless Walter Report and all of the hosts for keeping this going. I listen to you every night when I go to sleep, and also Slavia Ukraini. I don't know how to say it. We are with them all. We are with them all. And that's all I wanted to say.
Heroim Slava. And thank you for that, H2O.
And I did have a different question on a different note. I wondered if there were international laws for POWs that are accepted by all nations. I do understand that some of the wives of some of the Ukrainian POWs have been able to visit their husbands. And I just was wondering what the policy was on that, and how do we ensure that they're being treated fairly? Thank you very much. I was wondering if you knew that.
Yes, absolutely, H2O. There are absolutely international laws that govern the treatment of POWs, and they are well ensconced and well entrenched in Western, not just military doctrine, but in throughout Western democracies in general. And yes, indeed, there are very specific protocols that apply. The Geneva Convention in one form or another has been in place for almost 100 years. In fact, the forerunners go back even to 1899. So there are very clear protocols that have been laid out, and not just in one country or another in the West, but in the world at large. And there have been significant repercussions that have been levied against states that have abrogated those provisions. And any nation that engages in the kinds of activities that Russia is engaging in today does so at their own peril, because an accounting will be had and an accounting will be levied. And there is ample historical precedent for that, not the least of which, of course, is the Nuremberg Convention and the Nuremberg Memorandum and the Nuremberg trials that grew out of the atrocities of Nazi Germany. And there's been some sentiment bantered back and forth and hither and yon, somewhat on this, by some on this site perhaps, that Putin is beyond reproach or beyond reach, shall we say, above the law, and that there is no repercussions to be had. That is utterly false. And one need only consider what transpired at the International Criminal Court in The Hague in 2005 and the years surrounding that, with reference to the Bosnian atrocities committed by Milos Milosevic and his Serbian henchmen. I guess I'm going to get into trouble for calling them Serbians. I'm not sure what the proper. I'm not going to venture a designation and nationality, but the region that fell out of the old Yugoslavia, shall we say, and Milos Milosevic, whose name everybody in the West knows, and who was held to account at the International Court of Criminal Justice, and was prosecuted by Madame Louise Arbour of the former Supreme Court of Canada Justice, who specifically resigned her position to take on that particular difficult task. And of course, the end result, as everyone knows, it's Milos Milosevic is dead. Now, unfortunately, he didn't meet his ending at the end of the justice rope, but he actually died in custody before his trial could be concluded. But there was just extensive effort and legwork and prosecutorial energy put into that entire process by Madame Justice Arbour and her entire.
the other Ukrainian soldiers are faring that are in those camps?
There was some information that was relayed on that just within the last day or so here. I'm afraid I missed the bulk of it. So I do have just some general comments on the other aspect of that. But if anybody here has specific knowledge, please speak up now.
I don't have an answer for that one question, but I do know that NPR did a story today specifically about war crimes for Putin and Russia and whether or not that will come about. And there was speculation. They interviewed Ukraine officials today, and that's what they're pushing for. But it's still up in the air if that's going to happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And good night.
Yes, thank you for that. And thank you, H2O. And with that, I believe that, did Ankir, did you have your hand up? Ankir, or was it Belarus?
I think it was Ann Kerr, but I don't see her.
Okay, so I guess we've perhaps lost Ankir. But yes, on that point, that that manner of treatment of the Azov stall captives is absolutely unacceptable and heinous, and of course a violation of every rule of conduct, and not to mention the Geneva Convention. And this entire fiasco, this entire escapade and sham of purporting to hold prisoners of war not just in prison, but have them imprisoned and then supposedly tried before a kangaroo court of abject morons and quislings, and even beyond that, and individuals whose authority derives from a total chimera of state or constitution or political authority. There is no constitutional foundation. There is no state foundation. Putin has referred to them as the DNR, the LNR, etc., etc. Utter non-entities in international law. Utter non-entities. There is no either constitutional, political, or any matter of geographic entity there that bears the name, and purporting to conduct judicial proceedings in the name of such chimeric entities is an affront, not just to just to the rule of English law in North America and the way that has evolved over 300 years, but a complete violation of the rule of law throughout the entire globe. So suffice it to say that that is a particularly offensive aspect of this entire heinous Russian exercise. Thank you.
I would also add that the NPR news article today was talking about how they want to bring Putin to trial, and they want to bring Russia to trial for war crimes, but not just war crimes, but just invading and making war, making invasion, aggression that is war to a country like Ukraine illegal. That was what they were discussing as well.
Yes, thank you for that. Any further commentary?
I just had a comment about what H2O had mentioned. She said that, the United States is being bombarded with so much heinous things going on here. And I kind of touched upon it. There are things that are just outlandish and it's just taking it. It's like the Republicans are turning into the party for pedophiles and rapists, and it's that extreme. And so, to get sympathy from those type of people who think that it's okay for a 10-year-old to be raped and be pregnant and then not get an abortion, she had to go over to the state lines. This was in Ohio. This is in the news right now. I find just as abhorrent. And so the atrocities that are happening in Ukraine are being overshadowed by a lot of, like what she said.
Yes, thank you for that again. I'm sorry, I called you Flower. I don't have your proper name here, so I'm going to ask you
okay.
one more time. And I apologize for my faulty memory on this.
That's okay.
So, what's your proper identifier again? Sorry, so I don't mess up.
Well, it's Debbie.
Debbie. Okay, fine. That's good. Thank you.
You're
okay.
welcome.
So
hard because it's not on there.
That's fine. So thank you for that comment, Debbie. Yeah, that's of course a very important consideration, and I mean, as much as some of us might love to get into that and broaden up the debate and sort of scope out the whole range of issues that's being addressed in the U.S. polity right now, that's just simply not going to work for this space. And I mean, I'm obviously, living in Texas, what kinds of back eddies and spinoffs and whirlpools and what kinds of convolutions can happen when we get into full-bodied discussions on these topics. And all I can say on that point is to quote Condoleezza Rice, and when she was referring to the whole scope of the political landscape in the United States, and not to mention the polity itself, she after a lifetime of study and living it day to day, she simply indicated that the United States is presently one of the most intricately, complexly woven societies on the face of the earth today, and certainly reflects all of the interplay that goes on within any democracy, and all of the vast range of opinion and the vast range of culture and the vast range of human endeavor, period. And I would just suggest that a comment from several of the U.S. Speakers that have been on recently, that the center of the spectrum, if the focus can be had upon what is currently going on in the Ukraine vis-a-vis Russia, and with regard to how that has focused the mind of the entire Western polisphere, if you will. I think I coined a bit of a new phrase there, but polisphere, the political sphere, if you will, of the entire Western world. If we can keep the focus, and there has been a single-minded reaction to these offenses against humanity that have been levied by the Russian cabal, if we can keep our eye on that ball, then there is a vast level of unity that can be achieved throughout the West, and there may be long-term world positive spin-off effects from this, if we can maintain some level of focus on the subject. So, yeah, I would just kind of leave it at that. And thank you again for your comments, Debbie.
Thank you.
Did we have a hand from Mr. Pickles there again? No, Mr. Pickles? I think Joey has left us.
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I believe I don't want to misquote her, but she was talking about the treatment of the POWs, and we had a speaker in the morning, and they were saying some pretty graphic stuff that I believe should be spared from her ears, but it's pretty bad, and there's pretty much no rules that the Russians are following whatsoever. They might as well eat human flesh. It's pretty bad, but I wouldn't get as graphic as what happened in the morning. I just want to tell you it's pretty bad.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for that, Pickles.
Yeah, I heard that this morning too, and the photojournalist that spoke at great length about it, and it definitely was very stomach churning.
Yes, and that puts a finger on one of the most troubling, if you will, and certainly most distressing spin-off effects of paying heed on a site like this and actually caring. But by the same token, I'm hoping that most of the listeners had an occasion and an opportunity to listen to what Justin Lau had said, because Justin went on at great length detailing not just sort of the blow by blow observations he made on the ground and the sort of the stomach turning events that he is subject to as a photojournalist, and as pursuing the effort that he's doing. But hopefully people listen to the overriding motivation that Justin laid out, and he was quite eloquent in his references to Zelda Tero rather, perhaps the first photojournalist to die in the conduct of her trade, and was a renowned lady who was a photojournalist during the Spanish Civil War, and who perished, I believe, in 1937. And Justin mentioned her, for example, as one of the sources of inspiration for the work he's doing today. And he's a gentleman out of Portland, living presumably a comfortable middle-class kind of existence in the heart of America, if you will. And he was explaining, just to a great degree, the source of motivation that drove him to be aware of what's going on in Ukraine, and also the level of concern about what's going on presently, and then the motivation to actually get up physically and advance himself over there to try to document this for posterity, if you will, but also for the wider world, and just how critically important the work that he's doing. And of course, he referenced briefly the work that Bryce Wilson, the Australian photojournalist and somewhat of a confrere or an acquaintance of his, was doing on the ground in Ukraine also, and Bryce, who we've heard from on the site just within the last couple of days. And then Bryce's winger, a fellow by the name of Guillaume, who is a French national who takes on the job of the writing and the documenting and putting to print and producing to written word some of the events that they're encountering on a daily basis in Ukraine, and it's just so critically important to pay heed to the work that all of these people are doing. And these guys are doing it on a shoestring. They're not making anything to speak of whatsoever in terms of financial remuneration. These people are engaged in a labor of commitment, if you will, a labor of love almost, and a strong desire to represent this this face of the Ukrainian people to the world today, and hopefully to have an impact. And it's through sites like this, through Maria Aid and through the Walter Report, Russia invasion of Ukraine, that a lot of this gut-wrenching reality and this stark window on what is truly going on the ground is being brought to the attention of the world, the entire world. So it's a very important task that you're engaged in here. All of the listeners, all of the presenters, all of the organizers behind Maria Aid, the Canadian Army officers, and the vast supporting personnel and volunteer staff across the board that make this all possible. So thank you again to all, and please fully appreciate the value of your labors in just listening and devoting your time and your attention to this space and to carrying the message forth from here out into the broad wide world. So thank you for that, and thank you to all of you at this moment.
I seem to have had some technical issues, and now I'm a speaker and not a host, at least as far as I can tell. Is that how it looks to you, Leonard?
That's what it's telling me, David. So how shall we rise you to a co-host here?
I don't believe you have the power to do that. I think that is a Walter-only function. But I'm happy to continue helping. But the responsibility that I can't do is elevating requested speakers to the speaker role. That's something that only a host can do. You may see that button down there.
Yes, indeed. So yes, I'd appreciate if you could carry on, and we'll call you the honorary co-host for the moment, and you'll have the full rights and privileges that go along with that role. And if you could try to keep me on the straight and narrow here, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. And then perhaps at some stage we'll get Walter's attention, or the attention of Yehuda, or somebody who can do the magic with do the alchemy with the host buttons and cure that. So thanks, David.
I'll message him in the background. I wanted to respond to one of the points that was made by Debbie, also known as Flower. I think Flower is kind of a nice thing. But
thank you, David.
I think we don't want to get dragged into U.S. politics and partisanship, for sure. But I think the issue, the way that I would like to frame things for this space is, how do we protect the United States from disinformation? Because I think we are going to be subject to disinformation. We already are. We have been for quite some time. Disinformation and Russian talking points, and that sadly is a bipartisan problem. Not in the center, but on the extremes. And the extremes have a lot of influence. I see that happening left and right. And it is very troubling. And so anytime there's a shift in power, those concerns, the concerns of whether those shifting influences might get a larger voice, I think are valid. But we can, as Axel would say so many times, we can hope, work so that the center will hold. And I think we have a very strong center currently in the U.S. Congress, but it's a constant challenge. And how we confront disinformation is something that certainly we need to focus on. So I think that the concerns that you're raising, Debbie, are very significant. Unfortunately, I also see them even though I'm a Democrat, and I think the lens that I look through issues is very similar to yours. I also know that on the far left, as I would call it, the same talking points from Russia are coming forward. So we need to protect ourselves from both sides, I think, unfortunately. I'm going to pretend to be the host and ask Sinej if you would like to speak. And also there was another speaker who I helped raise when I had the hosting power who'd never raised his hand. But the way that this space works is that if you request to speak, raise your hand and then we will call on you.
Hi there. Again, I hope he doesn't mind me doing this. This is on a bit of a lighter note. But Mr. Pickle, I can remember when I first heard him speak, and he corrected the host and said his handle was Mr. Pickle, not Mr. Pickles, just one pickle. So he's probably sick of correcting all the hosts, because every host since then has called him Mr. Pickles. So I thought I'd just put a plug in for him. It's Mr. Pickle.
Well, thank you for that, Sunil. That's much appreciated. And I take it you're down under. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm definitely down under.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to ask how things are going in Rotorua. I've been down to your neck of the woods, and it's fabulous country. And I particularly enjoyed Rotorua, not to mention points north and points south. And even Wellington and Auckland were fantastic locales. So nice to hear from you. Thank you.
We're doing okay. We're in the middle of still, the long tail of COVID. So the numbers aren't really going down, but they're not huge, and we're coping. I've lived all over New Zealand. I'm now in the middle of the rural Wairarapa, so I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I keep looking across the road to the big dairy paddock, maybe 50 meters away, and thinking that must be what it's like for people on the border in Ukraine, that their next door neighbor is a Russian and probably somebody they were friends with. It just blows my mind to think of that I'm surrounded by such a situation of thinking that, wow, what would I do? What would happen? But New Zealand, we're ticking along. We're we've had really good leadership through COVID, and we're doing okay. We're doing okay.
Well, that's great. I understand the All Blacks had a bit of a setback recently.
We haven't been too good lately, have we? We still enjoy the haka.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. So, anybody in the panel have comments on the haka? Well, I guess not. Any further thoughts in terms of what was raised by Justin Lau today in his extensive commentaries as to his experiences on the ground in Ukraine, and particularly any thoughts that people in I guess North America may have in general, in terms of do you think that there's more effective ways that we could get the message out and the coverage out on behalf of these brave photojournalists and print journalists and documenters on the ground, if you will, that we see in Ukraine, and there's a handful of them now that we featured on the site. But any ideas in terms of how to more broadly proselytize, if you will, or broadly spread their word and their message kind of throughout this neck of the woods? Any ideas on that subject?
I would say it's very difficult to know. I'm constantly impressed by the grassroots interest in Ukraine everywhere that I go. I see flags, I see speakers being brought, I see events. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area, but there's a lot of activism and a lot of support for Ukraine here. It's significant. From what I hear, you find that in lots of other areas in the States. I think Singular Mr. Pickle has a comment.
Yeah, I was just laughing about what the speaker was saying, and I just wanted to say that the caliber of speakers that are coming here are just incredible. And if Leonard, do we have any update from Christian about the trip of St. Javelin to space, or he didn't have any update yet?
Christian, I listened somewhat to Christian's presentation and was very impressed with it, but quite honestly, I didn't catch the tail end of what he was doing. So I'm not sure exactly where that left off, but my understanding is that Christian was kind of fielding a number of ideas and a number of concepts as to how to better do a broad-based fundraising on behalf of the entire Ukrainian effort. And I mean, he obviously, you're somewhat familiar with his activities, and I get the impression that he's kind of on the move, on the go. He's got other ideas floating, and he's got other irons in the fire in terms of various both items of merchandise and or items of for general public consumption that he can expedite, if you will, and convert the proceeds directly to the Ukrainian effort, and not just the war effort, but the recovery effort, which is going to be massive. And to me, that was one of the more impressive parts of Christian's whole approach, was that he seems to be thinking down the road a piece, and he's thinking in terms of how can we carry on with an initiative and initiatives that will carry on yielding benefits that we can, relay directly to the Ukraine and the Ukrainian people over the next course of years. Because this is a project that is going to go on, I mean, God knows how long. It's really an open question. I mean, we don't really have there's no precedent that one can turn to say, oh, we can fix this in X number of years or X time frame. I mean, this is something that is going to approach the level that we saw in terms of the recovery of Western Europe. And that, everybody knows, that took massive time commitments and massive influxes of capital, both government and private, and talent beyond compare. I mean, et cetera, et cetera. It's an open-ended question, and it's great to see people like Christian who are on the ball and on the subject and making things happen on this front. I mean, it's just a great thing to behold. So yeah, if you know any further details as to what is being unfolded there or unveiled, or what the plans are, that please share with this space, and do so on an ongoing basis. So yeah,
I'm sorry, can I go?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so there was a video of three fellas firing a 777, and there was a St. Javelin in the background, and I was asking another speaker here, when aliens come, how will we explain what is going on in this picture? And it was so funny. So it's like, it's so complicated. Like, you have like a dog, a head of a dog on somebody holding a weapon that is a Saint, that is firing a 777, and then there was some funky things happening in the background, and I think the aliens would just go back and just say like, "Oh my God, what is this?" and leave, you know. And I found that it's just made my day in a very miserable day.
Oh yeah, that is hilarious, and that was fantastic, and that whole concept is just rolling now. I mean, I started off with a little bit of kind of not quite so interested in it, and sort of thinking it seems like another fad unfolding, but it's very easy to get to kind of get wrapped up in it and see the energy behind it, and see the momentum that is gathering, and it's great. Yeah, it's like you say, there'll be a point of bafflement for aliens for eons to come.
If you could explain it to us, Leonard, that I would be really interested. Like, how would you explain this, or anybody? How would you explain this? Like this picture, if anybody could explain it to somebody who doesn't understand, that would be great. Because I believe some people here don't actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't pretend to have a perfect understanding of it, but I'll give you my layman's read. And what it starts with a Shiba Inu, which is a really interesting Japanese dog, which I had hardly ever I actually I had one at one point, but it's a very rare and almost I thought initially when I first saw the image it was a fox. So somebody took it out of some kind of a fox and hounds kaleidoscope or something. But no, it's a Shiba Inu, which is a particular type of really neat little dog. And you might say to some people they may look like a fox, but that's sort of become the adoptive fella. And don't ask me how he got the name fella, but that apparently is the fella. And surrounding the fella, some genius, and I had his name here, I just forget, Christabel, or no, that's not the correct name, but anyway, you probably have his name. The fellow, I think he might have been a Kiwi actually, but he somehow put together a graphics program, if you will, and was able to dress this little Shiba Inu up in all kinds of customized hardware and gear. And you're seeing all kinds of manifestations of this thing now, and it's quite hilarious. There's some of them he's dressed up as a red coat soldier. He's dressed up as a red coat Mountie, and they're carrying guns. They're carrying all kinds of different firearms. From I think Battle Moose has one carrying a Carl Gustav, a Carl Gustav rocket launcher. To there's blunderbusses and various bladed instruments and so on that they're carrying, and they're wielding these things ostensibly on behalf of the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian war effort. And it's quite energizing to watch these little gappers in action, because there's as many different interpretations of this as there are points of the sun, and everybody has an opportunity to submit your own picture, your own human picture, and then submit it to this gentleman. I'll say not Christabel, but I'll get his name in, later. And then he applies his graphic arts to your image, your picture, your photo, and you come out wielding some kind of an armament of war and prancing around like a bold little Shiba Inu. Oh, the other thing about Shiba Inus is they are notoriously ferocious little dogs. So they are extremely effective little war machines if you turn them loose, either on people or on other dogs. But otherwise, generally well tempered. I would say a word from them. They're generally otherwise well tempered, if well socialized dogs. But anyway, turning these things loose, and there's a fee that is given you. You pay he's not Saint Javelin, but he's now affiliated with Saint Javelin, so he's affiliated with with that entire operation.
Nathan.
And Sorry, what's the name?
NAFO.
NAFO. Yes, correct. Okay, and they yield whatever proceeds they get from this go straight to the Ukraine and to the Ukrainian effort. So yeah, it's a wonderful idea, really. And if anybody has any more granular details on it, we'd be pleased to hear it. I'm not exactly a techno wizard, so anybody who's got some more direct, granular insight, go for it.
Is that the concept of javelins in space? Wasn't there also a proposal to send a shirt up with one of the Kelly brothers to the space station or something along those lines? Mr. Pickle, do you know is that?
That is correct.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. My mic went off there. I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct. The St. Javelin aspect was the T-shirts. That's there was a suggestion put forward by some enlightened thinker. I don't know. Maybe it was Mr. Pickles even. I'm not sure. But
Mr. Pickles is a singular.
Oh, pardonnez-moi, monsieur. Okay, Mr. Pickle. The idea that Mr. Pickle may have put forward, ostensibly, that someone should contact Elon Musk, another great Canadian, if I may say so, at a Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. But contact him with regard to his Mars space probe and space program, and see if he would be prepared to put a St. Javelin logo on his space vehicles, and thereby promote the St. Javelin, the entire exercise. And the suggestion being that perhaps Mr. Musk, out of just the sheer goodness of his Canadian, shall we say, heart, may do this gratis. Now that's a long stretch, obviously, but the idea that he might do this and launch the St. Javelin image together with the direct significance for the Ukraine and the Ukraine effort into space and get that attention. So yeah.
That sounds like a wonderful idea, though I didn't know that Canada was taking responsibility for Musk.
For better or for worse, he's a product of Queen's University, so I don't know what to say from there.
I'm sure it's for better. Well, I'm not saying that taking responsibility for Musk is for better. I like Musk. I'm not trying to criticize him. That was the first time I've heard it as thought of as a Canadian. But he did go to college there, so that's fair.
He did, and in fairness, some of the value system he reflects and the Altalink satellite hostings of the Azovstal Patriots and the efforts he made in terms of
alert update.
Expediting those brave
all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
In their fight, that certainly reflects a significant segment of Canadian values. I would submit that anyway. So yeah,
I'm
not going to argue with that.
My apologies. It is a long shot, but I think we should just mail him. So we just get the shirt box and just mail it to Musk and say, just put the address Mars. I think you'll find it hilarious and just send it. I definitely see him doing it. And plus, it's St. Heimer's. I mean St. Javelin, so he belongs in the heavens, and the whole and aliens would actually not even come to Earth to get confused.
All
they would
clear.
just see a
this
floating,
message has been generated with
floating
municipal data.
weapon in space that is holy, and they would just turn back. So I definitely see it happening. We just have to mail it.
Is that Lumicell? Was that your idea in the first place, Lumicell? Your voice sounds familiar.
That is Mr. Pickle.
Oh, Mr. Pickle. Okay, sorry, but yeah, that's just an excellent, outstanding idea, and I think we should move that one down the road, clearly towards that destination. So thank you for that. And I think Snell, you have your hand up, so go ahead.
Hi. I just heard from. So I'm part of a very large group in the world. We're in contact with each other all over the world. It's a BTS voting group. I don't know, you've probably heard of the BTS. But anyway, one of the teams that I'm in, I've just discovered that one of the members is from Macedonia. And I just happened to say, oh my God, Macedonia, you're in NATO, and you know, how's the war affecting you? And she's just texted back and said that she was amazed that somebody actually knows that Macedonia exists, and that right now we're in the middle of a crisis. They are trying to erase us from the map, the country, the history, the language, and everything. It's like people don't even care about the war and how it can affect us. I haven't heard anything about Macedonia on the space. Can anybody fill me in on that?
Well, that's a good point. I've heard very little about Macedonia also, certainly not on this space. But one of the carryover efforts, and I don't purport to have any great detailed knowledge of Macedonia, but it seems to me that when the IRS and so on, the Russian disinformation, internet cabal, and that whole connection, whether they were tied into Cambridge Analytica or not, or whatever relationships were going on there with the IRS in St. Petersburg, they seem to have a fairly extensive agency network spread out in Macedonia. In other words, troll farms migrating into the North American cyberspace. I'm not sure, I can't really delve much further into the connection there, but there's clearly some kind of an interplay that goes on between, say, the Kremlin and Macedonia. And if somebody can elucidate upon that, that would be much appreciated. Yes, thank you. So no, perhaps Sinel, do you have any? Can you elaborate a little bit further as far as what information you have vis-a-vis Macedonia, and what kind of dalliances may be going on there vis-a-vis Russia?
That's all the information I have right now. I've only just found out from her. She'll probably text me back shortly, and I'll try and get her on the space as well. It just blew my mind that I've never heard anybody even speak of Macedonia. But yeah, to hear that they're trying to erase them from the map and the country and the history and the language and everything. Well, yeah, but
the only other thing.
Yep.
The only other thing I can tell you about Macedonia is that they have a somewhat self-promoted university network and system there, and they purport to host at least a couple of different authors, if you will, or scholars, if you will, or kind of pseudo-professors in the sphere of international relations. And these guys pump out books like Johnny Appleseed's Apples. There's some of they've got books on every subject, and some of their individual authors will have up to 30 books spanning the whole spectrum of whatever thoughts are entering their minds at any given moment. So they have some activities going on there that someone perhaps with more expertise could shed some light on.
Yes, hopefully we'll hear from somebody in the audience. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
And thank you for drawing that to our attention, Snelg. Much appreciated. I see Martin Zelig in the space. How are things going in Winnipeg, Martin? Oh, I guess I might have scared Martin away. I suppose we don't have any other commentators from Winnipeg or... Oh,
I
excellent.
brought him up.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
He requested, and I brought him up. He looks like he's coming online.
There you go, Martin. Good to hear your voice.
Thanks.
So,
No, I'm just we're just sitting here watching this wonderful program about Appalachia on CNN. So I sent you a DM, Leonard, and I'm just wondering. I noticed it looked like. Is there another Walter report coming from the U.S. as well?
There is another Walter report. Well, it's actually it's the Maria Aid report, but you're right. There is another one going simultaneously. I'm afraid I can't tell you what all of the foundational background to that is, but it's currently monikered as Maria Aid. I haven't had a chance to venture into that and figure out precisely what their game plan is, but Yehuda did memo me just briefly that yeah, indeed they're firing up a Maria Aid space there. So I haven't gone to it, and I'm not sure precisely what part of the spectrum they're covering as opposed to what we're covering here right now. So the bottom line was to simply proceed with what we're doing here and cover the topics that are near and dear to our hearts here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, that's good. But I just took a quick look at the site, and all the regulars. Gurney is there, finance, language learner. The whole gang. So I'm just hoping it won't always run simultaneously with Walter Report. It's not. They're not calling it Walter Report. It's got the same colors and everything. It just says Maria Report. So I hope maybe it's just a one-off or just occasionally, because it would be a shame to have two at the same time, because someone like me would be tempted to go from one to the other, and that would just be so distracting. So
yes,
yeah.
I think it is a one-off, and the rumblings that I heard were that the Maria Aid charitable registration was being
this message
finalized
has been generated
in
with
the United
municipal
States,
data.
and of course it's already been registered, and all the charitable foundational work has all been done in Canada, and it's fully up and running and registered and validly recognized by the Canadian federal government. So I'm assuming that that what's going on side saddle here right now is in some way related to getting the American ship up and running likewise with respect to Maria Aid. So yeah.
That's good. That's good. Because this is great now. But when we have no commentary about anyone on this right now, but when we have the whole gang together,
full alert.
As we say in Yiddish,
this message has been generated with municipal
family.
Data.
That's a Yiddish word for family, or Hebrew if you say mishpacha. But it just makes it more inclusive. Let me leave it at that. But that's okay. That's good. That's good.
We might be in a phase where there's a little bit of mishugas going on.
Well, as long as it's not mishugal legabre. So.
I was about to say qu'est-ce que c'est, Michigan, or whatever you said.
Oh well, Michigan, means in Yiddish it's
Air siren alert update.
It means crazy.
Michael
In Hebrew, it's I guess it would be.
This
Mishuga.
message has been
Mishuga
generated
legabre,
with
as
municipal
my Israeli
data.
friends would say, means completely crazy.
I hope we're not completely crazy. Both of the spaces are valid. this space is hosted in the background by Walter.
Yeah.
And I think we're sorting out, I think the team is sorting out how to operate. There was a strong interest, from what I understand organizationally, for Myriad to have their own space. So it's being sorted out. Your sentiment of having two at the same time is easy to acknowledge. You know, being problematic is easy to acknowledge.
Yeah.
At this point, you know, I think both of us are here at the request of Walter, continuing his space, and honestly, you know, we love Walter. We love the people on both spaces. Really, you know, I do. I have total admiration and loyalty to all of them. And but we want to keep this space going as long as is desired, and continue to be the same sort of platform that it has been in the past, you know, and look to Walter's leadership there. So that's that's my perspective.
No, well said, David. I agree with you. You know, I didn't want I don't want either of them to be in the position of you know, Rodney Dangerfield. I get no respect. You know, so I got to split off. That's good. I agree. So yeah, it's good. I mean, you guys are doing a great job. What can I say? Slava Ukraini. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I've just learned so much from the Walter Report since I first clicked onto it. I don't know, about a month or so after the illegal and unprovoked war by Russia against Ukraine, and it's just been really, really good. Really, a source of empowerment to me, if I can be perfectly honest about it, because it's reinforced so much of what I feel, and with the expertise that you all provide yourself, Leonard, all the background information, the contextual information, it's really, really excellent. So keep up the good work, and Slava Ukraini. And I don't know what else I have to say. I'm just going on and on a Sunday evening here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, center of Canada.
Well, Slava Ukraine, Martin. Thanks
for
that.
Leonard and David and everyone. Love you all. And I'll drop down to listener and keep on listening for a while longer before it's time to hit the hay. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, Martin. Belarus, you have your hand up?
Sorry, Polaris, is that who you asked for, Leonard?
Yes, Polaris. Sorry.
Yes, right. Yeah, a couple things. Just to follow on with Martin and David's and your own comments. I mean, I started listening to the Walter Report probably a month in, but didn't take the plunge and actually get a Twitter account until May. I have a visceral dislike of social media for my own reasons. It, I believe, has been a cause of a lot of our problems in the world today, in some sense. But decided to get on Twitter so I could listen and participate. And I think regardless of what's going on with the Myriad's launch in the U.S. and their launching of a space, I think that just creates opportunities for other voices. And the folks, if I expect there will be some cross-pollination back and forth, but if there isn't, then other people will step up, as we have seen from some of those voices weren't part of the Walter Report from day one. So, yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about it, Martin. I think we've got a, you know, in Walter, a strong Ukrainian voice, and I really want to stress that this space is really about Ukrainian voices and the support that non-Ukrainians can provide to them in their hour or months of need. So anyway, can I change directions a little bit, Leonard? David? I wanted to
yes, certainly.
cycle back to Major General Mick Ryan's remarks at the end of the week last week. He talked, he talked about some of the things that would be needed for Ukraine to win the war. And he touched on something that's been on my mind for probably about a month or so, and he made reference to the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan, and made reference to that, which was a Second World War plan that trained 130,000 pilots from Britain, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Many of those pilots were trained in Canada due to the large size of the country, away from combat, so they could focus on their training. And what General Ryan said is that what we're seeing with this similar plan that is now passed, I believe, the House of Representatives, for the U.S. to train Ukrainian pilots, but General Ryan wanted to see that whole concept expanded. And when he spoke about the need to train hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, and NATO states could be doing that right now. Of course, the United Kingdom's doing it. Excuse me, but really that's it. And the general said, if it was his preference, he would prefer to see the training done outside of Ukraine, again, so that the soldiers could focus on their training. There'd be zero threat of intervention from the Russians, and I feel that we really do need to lobby our politicians to make this happen. It makes practical sense, and we don't want to see untrained untrained Ukrainian service people sent into combat, much like their Russian opponents, who have zero training or little training, especially those from the occupied oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk. So, yeah, that was my thought, and I just hope I could generate a little conversation about this, and would be interested in others if there was any agreement to what the general proposed. Thanks.
Yes, that's an excellent point, Polaris. Thank you for that. And that's an excellent highlight to what General Mick Ryan was saying, and clearly that would be an area for extensive cooperation and a program that could be expanded dramatically. It's unfortunate Battle Moose isn't on the space, because Battle Moose, I know, has had some on-site, on-the-job Air Force experience at Canadian Forces Base Cold Lake in Alberta, and that would be a direct doorway, if you will, or direct avenue to kind of expediting that sort of a program. And it's a further good. Sorry, am I still audible? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. There may have been a little feedback with the microphone. I think we're okay.
How's that?
I think we had a hot mic.
How is that? Is that okay now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, super. Yeah. So just to amplify that point, yes, I think Polaris, you're onto something there, and that would be an excellent issue to broach, and certainly if you have, I detect a little bit of a Canadian hint in your accent, so I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. But if you are in fact in Canada, that would be an excellent point to spread out and get direct approaches made to whatever MP is in your area and the various MPs across the board in Canada on this very matter. And of course, there's no reason why this wouldn't perhaps have some spin-off application in the U.S. as well. Although you're right. Your reference to the Commonwealth Air Training Program. I mean, that was a massive project, and historically, in the Canadian war effort, that figured in probably at least as dramatically as the Canadian production of Hawker Hurricane aircraft and Mosquitoes, and so on. So, yeah, there could be a vast opportunity and a vast open door there to proceed through to benefit the Ukraine. So, yeah, anybody who's got any further specific ideas or contexts on this would be welcome to address them right now. Thanks.
Yeah, so just to follow on, Leonard, I think logistically it might prove very difficult. We're talking, it's been mooted that Ukraine has about 700,000 soldiers in the combination of the regular army and the territorial defense forces and special operations forces, and then maybe another 200,000 to 300,000 in border guards and police and whatnot. In order to train large numbers of forces, it would just imagine moving 100,000 people across the Atlantic or down under or wherever you might want to do it. So it might prove difficult for the land element to train them in North America. Certainly pilots and airframe and aero engine techs and weapons techs, that's a smaller cadre. Let's not forget about Ukraine's Navy. At some point they're going to need a Navy. Perhaps the US and Canada could participate in training their sailors even now for their eventual scaling up of their naval forces. But I think what the general was suggesting was that the land forces, the land element, so infantry, artillery, armor, they could be trained in Europe quite easily. Looking at the French, the Germans, the Spanish, the British, and let's not forget the Italians and our new NATO allies in probably Sweden over Finland, given the proximity to Russia. But yeah, they could all be involved, and many hands makes light work, as they say. And so it wouldn't. It's unlikely that any lobbying that I, as a North American, could do would benefit the land forces, because I would expect that those forces would have to be trained somewhere on the continent. But yeah, I think it's some, and it would surprise me if these conversations have not been had already. But they're being had by the mandarins, the technocrats at NATO, and within the ministries of defense. But yes, I do feel that we in the public can lobby our politicians to let them know that we're thinking about these things, and if we're thinking about them, then they should be thinking about them too. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Yes, once again, excellent points. And it just occurs to me while you were speaking that it seems to me that I think it was Battle Moose, but with reference to the current fleet of CF-16s that we have in the RCAF, if I recollect, he indicated that he believed there was something in excess of 85 airframes at Canadian Forces Base Cold Lake in Alberta, and that we've now signed on to the procurement program for the F-35s. So clearly the F-16s are coming up as for sale items, if you will, or items to be moved. And it would seem to me that what you're proposing by way of a program might just filter in very nicely with the the concept of bringing and training Ukrainian pilots into Canada and introducing them to our F-16 air fleet, for example. And we've already had fairly extensive commentaries from the mechanical side and the maintenance side. And I believe one of our British correspondents said that he indicated that the service manuals alone for the CF-16 weighed more than the aircraft itself, just to give an idea on the complexity of the gunnery systems and the navigation systems and the technological systems that are required to keep these birds in the air. So with that in mind, it would not be a bad idea to get the training program underway ASAP, forthwith, or as soon as practicable, because clearly that's would funnel into a longer range program. So yeah, there's plenty of material there to digest, Polaris. So thank you for that, and I'm sure there's a host of other comments that gives rise to. So thank you. Martin, I see you got your hand up. Go, man.
Thanks, Leonard. CF-18s that we currently fly. Yes, I think that's a grand idea. You know, modeled something after the British Commonwealth Air Flight Training Program. Canada was known during the Second World War. Winston Churchill himself, I believe, or was it Roosevelt? Regardless, said Canada was the aerodrome of democracy during the Second World War because we trained so many pilots from the British Commonwealth at that time, as well as other countries, including the United States, before they officially entered the Second World War. Not only pilots, but technical crew, ground crew. And if there was something contemporary modeled on that program, I think it would just be really, really a great contribution to helping Ukraine to fly and maintain their air force and help defeat the illegal invaders from Russia. But yeah, I think it's a great idea. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, and I'll drop down to listener. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Martin. And I had a question for you. The Winnipeg, I think, inherited the air fleet from CFB Namao in Edmonton, if I'm not mistaken. So you now host a large air fleet just out of Winnipeg, do you not? I guess Martin's gone down, but yeah, regardless, that the Canadian Forces Base, I want to say Winnipeg. It's not Winnipeg. It's some little suburb out of Winnipeg. But the Forces Base there is also the headquarters for the Canadian Air Rescue Services. So any of the air rescue flights and scanning protocols that come out of the West and towards Northwest Territories and Alaska and the Arctic Circle, that's all based out of Winnipeg as well. So we had a new listener, I believe, a Mr. Blitzkrieg. Are you still there, sir? And did you have a comment?
I also think Martin is attempting to come up. Blitzkid, if you have something you'd like to say, you're welcome to. And if you think of something you'd like to say, you can also raise your hand and we'll call on you. To raise your hand, you push that heart with a plus on it, and there is the first item, or the item all the way to the right is the hand-raising item. Hand-raising emoticon, I guess. But if you'd like to speak, you can unmute and make your comment now if you like. Looks like Martin attempted to come up, but it may not have succeeded. He requested again, I'll add him. And now he's connecting.
Okay, are you there, Martin?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Listener
Yeah.
to speaker sometimes can take a while.
Yes. You're good to
like
go,
he's
Martin.
on now.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, well, Winnipeg is home to 17-wing Canadian Forces Base, and what you're referring to is good comment on your part, Leonard. Is 435 Search and Transport Squadron, which I don't know how many years ago, 25, 30 or so years ago, as you say, was based at I believe CFB Edmonton. But they fly the C-130 Hercs. And by the way, let me just say, I've met, several years ago, there were there were 2 or 3 Air Force crew from Ukraine who were training at 17 Wing, and I happened to meet them and interview them. Wonderful chaps. They were training at Barker College, which is where all flight crew go to train to learn to be ACSOs, which is Air Combat Systems Operators, or ASOPs, and they also train international people. So there could be a program, and maybe it's under works, and I wish Battle Moose was here. He could say even more about it. But 435 Transport and Rescue Squadron is out of 17 Wing Winnipeg, which is right near the Richardson International Airport, actually. So I just wanted to point that out. So thank you, and I'll drop down to listener again. This is such a good show. I can't go to bed. You guys are keeping me awake. Okay, talk to you later.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Martin, and don't go away just yet. I have another Winnipeg question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Winnipeg was the home of you're going to correct me on his first name, but Captain, I want to say Martin Brown, but the RCAF pilot who got the Red Baron, the Red Baron was at his gun sights on Wap May from Edmonton, Alberta, and Captain Brown out of your Winnipeg base there actually put the quiets on von Richthofen.
I can't comment on that. You just taught me something. I know of other pilots from the First World War and the Second World War, or other aircrew from Winnipeg and Manitoba generally, but I didn't know that. I just learned something. Nice trivia question. So, what more do you know about him?
All I know is that Brown, and I apologize, I've flubbed his first name. I want to say Martin Brown, but I think it was a different name. But regardless, Captain Brown, RCAF, or in that time it was RAF, of course.
Yeah.
Because, but regardless, he was the squadron commander for his unit, which also included Wap May from Edmonton, Alberta.
Right.
And he and Wap May were both graduates of Victoria High School in Edmonton, Alberta, so they were classmates. But then Brown moved to Winnipeg for whatever reason.
Okay.
And Wap May, actually I don't know his first name, Wap, but he's so widely known as a Wap May. But he was a famous bush pilot in the West. But anyway, they had their encounter with Baron von Richthofen over the Somme, over the line of the Somme, and von Richthofen had Wap May in his gun sights, and his gun was jamming, so he wasn't able to take out Wap May. But your Captain Brown swooped in to save Wap May and did so. and that was the end of the Red Baron.
Okay, well,
So, yeah.
yes, okay, it brings back some information that I do know. By the way, we have in Winnipeg, they just opened up a couple of months ago a brand new, it was state-of-the-art, the Western Canadian Royal Aviation Museum. It used to be in an old hangar, and then they decided that they were going to make a building just for the museum, and it's absolutely spectacular. When you're in Winnipeg next, if you do come, I really would advise you to take a walk through it. And they have a whole series of bush planes that were used, of course, as we know as Canadians, to open up the north a lot, and were instrumental in the mining industry, logging, whatever. And yes, I believe that Wapme is mentioned now that I think about it, on one of the historical markers by one of the planes in the new museum. His name was Wilfrid.
You know, I was just going to interrupt you and say that I believe it was Wilfrid Oliver May was his proper name.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
No problems. Okay, so what else? Just Air Force and stuff, but I won't go into that. Victoria Cross winners and all the other heroes who came from not only Winnipeg, but other parts of Western Canada. We'll leave that for another time. I'm dropping back down. Thanks, Leonard.
Excellent.
Thanks, David. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Martin. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Thank you. You too.
Well, hopefully all that Canadian Air Force talk didn't derail the conversation too badly.
How could it ever? Blitz Kid, you are still up. You are welcome to make a comment or ask a question. I don't know if you're actually still with us, but we see you on the speaker.
小红书.
And also we welcome other people to come up. If you would like to speak, you can request the mic on the lower left hand of your screen. There's a button to request to speak. And then we will see your request and you can come up and then you can raise your hand and we will call on you in order.
I think we have a new...
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I thought we had a new speaker request, but it may have disappeared.
I don't see one right now. It's interesting that the idea of training troops in other countries and behind, as forces, part of me wonders what timing we expect, when would they be deployed and would they be deployed in time? There's part of my thinking that, boy, we're almost to the point where we may be seeing a collapsing Russian presence in Ukraine. But things never happen quite as quickly as you'd like. And then the thought of having freshly trained troops join when they are needed is very welcome. So there's no harm in training a lot more Ukrainian forces. They will be needed at some point, I'm sure.
Well, there was a detailed commentary just several days ago from one of the Air Force personnel, and I've forgotten the individual's name, but they relayed the information that with the current crop of Ukrainian pilots, that there has already been some on-site training done with regard to the F-16s. No, I'm sorry. It would have been with regard to one of the other aircraft. I misspoke with the F-16. But there was a supposition made that with a heightened training program, the F-16 protocol normally requires a minimum of 6 months to a trained pilot. That's to an existing pilot with existing flight skills. But that with the flight skills that the current Ukrainian Air Force enjoys, that they believed this was an Air Force, an Air Force trainer. They believed that a 2-month training regimen would be quite sufficient to get existing Ukrainian Air Force personnel, i.e. pilots, up and running on an F-16 airframe. But that's the flight end only. That's the piloting end of the equation. The other critical component being the maintenance, the ongoing mechanical, electronical maintenance, etc., the whole panoply of support staff and assistance that's required to keep the bird in the air. That regimen, that training regimen, would be considerably longer than 2 months. Would not even approach that. So there's clearly a logistical consideration here that is a very serious factor.
One would hope where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, we've seen the Ukrainians adopt things at a pace that is much faster than anybody anticipated. So, but I understand those concerns are very real.
Yes, indeed. So have we had any further military updates that you're aware of, David? Or we haven't really received any on-the-ground assessments in the last little bit?
Not that I have seen. Let me make a check and see if that is available to us.
Oh, I just received a DM that the fellas should receive a haka. There should be a haka fella. So I don't know if we have any Kiwis in our midst, but anybody have any comments on that? On the mighty haka from our brothers down in New Zealand? No Kiwis on site? Nobody who's gone down to New Zealand and participated in the filming of the Lord of the Rings?
I can't say that I have. Perhaps there is somebody in our audience that has. What? Tell us a little bit more about the haka. What were you looking for there? Is that the tribal?
That's the war chant. That's the war
chant. Great.
The tribal war chant of the mighty Maori warrior tribe. For anybody who's seen it or anybody who's been there, I've actually been to New Zealand and had the pleasure to have this demonstrated firsthand. But well, firstly, going backwards in time, if anybody has watched the New Zealand All Blacks rugby team in action, then you've seen the haka, because the world famous All Blacks, who were world famous until at least a few weeks ago.
Air siren alert update.
According to Sinelg,
this message has been generated.
They've stumbled
with
a little bit
data.
of late in their world rugby finals, but the New Zealand All Blacks, of course, are probably the most famous rugby team of all time, and they have a significant Maori component, and the Maoris are the South Islanders, the South Pacific Islanders, who were the original inhabitants of New Zealand before Captain Cookie and his gang arrived, George Vancouver and all that bunch. But the haka is what the Maori warriors greeted the incoming Royal Navy Marines and the various enfilades from Captain Cook's Royal Navy ventures.
This message
and
has
the
been
haka
generated
is
with
their,
municipal
it's
data.
kind of a war dance, but they do it in unison. It's all lined up in a battle formation, and it's got a fairly intricate composition of foot movements and foot stomps and dancing and grunting and especially facial contortions. So they take great pride in all kinds of bizarre facial expressions and stomping and making great war chants and noises and so on. And just coupled with the fact that they're real big on tattoos, so they might even be the even more pioneering of the tattoo than the Royal Navy. But they were notoriously had facial tattoos and body tattoos and tattoos all over their persons. So whenever they greeted threatening tribes or strangers or the Royal Navy or the Royal Marines or whatever, they went into this war dance formation, and it's quite a spectacle to behold. And the All Blacks do this now as a tribute to their heritage, I guess, to the New Zealand heritage. The All Blacks go through this performance at every game. So there's a great song and dance routine on the field where the entire rugby team is assembled, and they go through their haka war chants and war dance and so on to intimidate. The purpose being, of course, to intimidate the enemy before a battle. So anyway, that's kind of a long story short on the haka. But yeah, just to flash to the present, a haka warrior on the fellas team would be something to behold, all right. For anybody who wants a fella and can't think of a theme.
I see. And okay, so I thought somehow this was coming back to Ukraine, that the haka is being introduced to Ukraine, but I was looking for that, but I'm glad it's in the background.
Okay, introduced only in the form of the fella logo or the fella icon that would be sponsoring the Ukraine and every effort to rejoin, Ukraine rejoin the rest of the world and rebuild itself from scratch upwards, which is kind of the project that we're maybe staring in the face of here. So yeah, the haka war dance only assisting that.
Well, we're right to summon every power we can, and from what I've seen from the haka on YouTube, it would definitely do that.
But just one further point, given the fact that Elon Musk hailed from Canada, I'm sure that if somebody slipped a haka fella under his door, that it would be well recognized. So there might be some prospect there. Who knows?
I mean, there's a direct line from the haka to St. Javelin to Elon Musk. I mean, of course, that makes sense.
There you go, and all to provide an enhanced war face for the brave Ukrainians.
It's like we have a new speaker bug.
Hey guys, first long-time listener, first-time caller. It's a pleasure and honor to be on. I was talking with a friend the other day, and she was wondering about Alexei Navalny. She seems to be a strong supporter of him, and she's in the United States, but we were discussing Ukraine. And I just want to get y'all's take on him, and just so I can go back and give her correct information. You have any ideas on that? I'll drop down. Thank you.
Sure, we can give you a couple of ideas on that. Alexei Navalny is, as I'm sure you know, he's the only official opposition leader in Russia left standing. He's in prison right now. Putin, well, you're probably somewhat familiar with a little bit of the history there. Putin had him under attack for several years. And Navalny was an aggressive political campaigner. So he campaigned across the Soviet Union, across Siberia, against Putin. And for the purpose, I don't know what his political party is officially called, but it's the opposition party anyway. And he was assaulted in a number of ways. Putin had his little quislings, his little FSB agents. Firstly, they threw green paint, if I'm not mistaken, green paint or some kind of a green toxic substance on Navalny at a campaign stop in Siberia, which totally stained his face and didn't physically do him a lot of harm at that point. But he carried on and campaigned essentially with green skin for the rest of that campaign, which was a kind of a very obvious slight and demeaning thing that Putin did to him. But he was never allowed really to come to full fruition, to get a vote, to get a full, fair electoral stand against Putin, because subsequent to that, he was then poisoned with...
Air siren alert update.
I don't know.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal
data. Yeah, whatever
data.
That can be. The polonium, it wasn't polonium-210, or he'd be a dead man like Litvinenko. And then, what's that other poison that the Russians have? I want to say Novatchik, but it's some kind of a something chick poison. That
I think it's Novichok.
Novichok, that's the one. Yes, correct. There was some suggestion it might be Novichok, but I don't know that the poison was actually ever identified. And he eventually, his forerunner was actually assassinated. Somebody will correct me, will give me the name of that, but that was just a couple of years prior to these incidents with Navalny. But his predecessor was actually killed dead on the steps of the Kremlin by a never apprehended assassin, which really, he was a leader in the parliament, member of the Russian parliament. So it's just a chilling kind of a thing. And now Navalny has been hit with all of these defacing or diminishing attacks, the poisoning attacks, and then was arrested and imprisoned for 2.5 years, I want to say, until just this last fall. Just in the last number of months. And then he was recharged with further offenses relating to opposing Putin and was sentenced to a further 10 years. So he's away for 10 plus years, probably now 15 years in a Siberian prison. But in terms of where he stands politically, that's an open question. You'll find sentiments going both ways on that. Navalny is clearly an opposition to Putin, and the feedback I've garnered on this point, you have to talk to to various Russia scholars to really get a full picture as to what is going on. But the most recent indications I've had are from Michael McFaul, who's the former U.S. ambassador to Moscow, and he is quite candid that he is well aware of Navalny. He knows Navalny. He's got a certain level of respect for Navalny's moxie, if you will, his political guts, his drive to stay in the picture, regardless of all of the Putin efforts, Putin-esque and Putin's henchmen, FSB efforts to take him out. But the countervailing sentiment to that is that Navalny seems to be also regarded as somewhat of an exponent of the grand Russian imperial kind of scheme. So in other words, he's somewhat of a supporter of the concept of a greater Russia. And of course that impacts directly upon the Ukraine, because any Russian who promulgates the idea of this greater Russia nonsense that came out with before Ivan Ilyin and his predecessors back into the Stalin era, etc., etc. But anybody who's dallying with that kind of a concept is potentially not on Ukraine's side. So that's a matter to be seriously examined. And I would have to defer to somebody with detailed on-the-ground Russia experience, like Ambassador Michael McFaul, for example, who, as it turns out, I don't know if we're still getting coverage out of Montana, but Michael McFaul is a Montana boy, raised, I believe, in Glasgow, Montana, and went to high school and everything else, raised as a Montana boy, which makes him essentially raised as an across-the-street neighbor to Alberta, Canada. And he went on to great resolve as ultimately being the American ambassador to Russia. And he has a voluminous level of insight into Russian affairs and Russian goings-on and the entire evolution of Russian politics and society. And as I mentioned once previously, his perhaps most famous summary regarding Putin is that he first met Putin, they would have both been young men, very young men, I guess, in 1991. And he said that I didn't like Putin and he didn't like me. Or he actually may have said it the reverse, that Putin didn't like me and I didn't like him. And that's pretty much been the theme that carried on through the years after that. So, yeah, hopefully that sheds a little bit of light on Navalny. So, yeah, feel free.
Yeah, I think that's the consensus that I've heard from others on this space, that they respect his courage in going back to Russia, especially after the poisoning. And when it was obvious that he was an enemy of Putin's regime, but that he isn't crisply against the actions in Ukraine, and at one point was, I think I recall that he was somewhat supportive of the seizing of Crimea. And I may be wrong there, but generally the experts at the time were saying that they were dissatisfied with his posture towards Ukraine as a friend to Ukraine.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, that whole poisoning thing is a whole different avenue that we may choose to go down or not go down at all. But this consistent Russian behavior throughout the West, and most recently, specifically in England, with the polonium-210 poisonings and the Novichok, and killing Litvinenko, and then the other chap up in Salisbury, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The other Russian expatriate and his daughter, who were both poisoned and almost died of poisoning just within the last less than 2 years, I believe. And blatant, open, outright, just flagrant violation of English law, British law, international law, every human law, and thumbing their nose at the entire West. Not to mention the British, and leaving pretty much telltale signs. I mean, this the polonium-210 and the Novichok. These are nuclear distillates, I gather. I'm no physicist, but these are distillates of the process of refining uranium that are highly poisonous, deadly, and that only Russia is the only possessor, known possessor in the world of these substances, and they left clear footprints, clear, open, telltale signs that these were the substances used. In the one case, I believe they slipped it into Litvinenko's tea, if I'm not mistaken. They literally confronted him in a tea shop in London, popped the pill, whatever, into the polonium-210 into his tea, and strode or literally swaggered out to the airport in front of God and everybody, and large as life on all the surveillance cameras at the airport and beyond, thumbing his nose at the entire Western world and the British polity to boot, and just back to Russia. And Litvinenko was dead, I believe, within a matter of days, and a very unpleasant death at that. It was just a disgusting case of poisoning. So, yeah, that's Russia, man.
Well, one of the threads that I constantly think about is that at the beginning of this conflict, Lavrov was, the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov said something along the lines of that their goal was to remake the world order, or usher in a different or newer world order. And these violations of, UK sovereignty, the war crimes, on so many levels, they are attacking the international system and trying to overthrow it, I think, trying to weaken and damage it. And our response is critical to it, to restore it. And hopefully we can get there and somehow bring this regime to accountability. Though how we do that after kicking them out of Ukraine, I'm not quite sure.
Well, amen to that, David. And yes, I think you expressed the thoughts there of every single thinking soul in the West. And once again, you draw our attention to the reality of what is transpiring on the ground, and what has transpired literally since day one. And it is literally hard to get your mind around. And I don't know how the entire effect of this is felt with the rest of the listeners here, but just the contemplation of these kinds of actions that nobody in the Western world has really addressed their mind to since the end of World War II. I mean, we were raised as little kids hearing about those ancient atrocities and whatever that were the hallmark of another horrible. You wouldn't even call them a political regime, just a horrible regime in the conduct of human affairs in Nazi Germany. And then to see all of this brought face up, stark relief, brought right back in your face again by Putin. I mean, this is something that obviously did shock the entire world, but should continue to shock the Western world on a daily basis. I mean, it is absolutely intolerable and just entirely something that will not stand in terms of the way Russia has conducted these affairs. And I think that has become apparent and is becoming more apparent on a daily basis. And certainly through the work that's being done on sites like this, in organizations like Maria Aid, and with the dedicated on-the-ground correspondents, the brave photo journalists and the print journalists and the chroniclers who are on the ground in Ukraine, bearing witness to this Highness exercise on a daily basis. I mean, this is really the first, if not the first, then certainly the second and third and beyond lines of defense we have against this kind of Highness activity across the world. And you're right, David. It's critically important to send an absolutely crystal clear message to these quislings that this kind of behavior will not be contemplated whatsoever, and it will be held to account in the most egregious fashion, and that there will be a price to be paid, and that will be the balancing of the ledger. So, I mean, hopefully this very site will contribute to that outcome in a whatever greater or smaller fashion. And everybody who speaks here, and everybody who contributes here, and everybody who listens to this site and listens to all the immensely informed speakers that we have, and the vastly talented panels that come and go and give us the benefits of their granular insight into all of these affairs. Just so much the closer we are to a resolution with every single one of those activities. So once again, thank you to everybody here for their efforts supporting all of that at large. Thank you.
Very well put. And I believe that the space has already had a very large impact, not only in organizing and helping amass and gather contributions to Myriad, and also as giving a forum for Ukrainian voices, and both abroad, but also from the field, and from those who have seen the crimes that are occurring with their own eyes. And all of that contributes to taking down the complex of misinformation and lies that the Putin regime is trying to, foist on the world. And however we do that, we are making progress against his regime. And that to me is the big challenge. A lot of people say, well, we are taking away his weapons, so... Sorry, a microwave is beeping. We're taking away his weapons, and, he's going to be left with acts of desperation. There is a big weapon that he maintains, which is his troll farms and the disinformation that they're spreading, and that is still very active around the world. And I think, unfortunately, it's still active in Western powers. United States is not immune from it. I think we're actually quite vulnerable to it. And that's our big challenge going forward. The military field is something we well understand and we are prepared for. I don't think Western democracies are as well prepared for misinformation, amplified by social media, amplified by some questionable actors on the political field. It's a problem that we're just learning to grapple with, and I hope we can learn it fast enough to actually handle it. But I'm really taking advantage of the fact that we don't have a lot of speakers coming up. You are definitely, the audience here is definitely invited to request to speak. We will raise you to speaker, and you can have a shot at the microphone to ask questions or render your opinion.
Okay, well done, David. So let's see if we can generate any interest and feedback here in terms of certainly our American listeners or the U.S. audience, in terms of how they feel the evolution of this affair, from starting with the Crimea in 2014, how that kind of wound down into this nasty outburst that we saw from Russia, with the troop buildups all through the fall, on through November, December, and then with the final outburst in February. I mean, how do Americans think that that they reflect on those kind of developments vis-a-vis what policies we employ now?
So if you're an American that would like to speak to that, or you're Canadian or from another part of the world, you can just push request the mic button on the lower left-hand side, and we'll bring you up to voice your opinion.
В любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето это нормально, что где-то там.
Okay.
Leonard, do you think the Canadian response has been much different than what you've seen from people in the U.S.?
Well, that's a bit more of a difficult assessment to make. I would say the Canadian response has been somewhat divorced from the response in the U.S., which is a little bit unusual in some regards, because Canada, for obvious reasons, I mean, we're sharing the same continent. We've had the same enemies for, almost 200 years, probably, since we last fought each other anyway. And the general sentiments in Canada have been, by and large, to be, and our interests have coincided largely with American interests, and it's been kind of boiled down to North American interests in many respects, and specifically regarding conflicts on the planet. And there's notable exceptions to that, and I mean, many Americans would probably agree there's good reason for the exceptions, and Vietnam stands out as one of them. We didn't go anywhere near that one, and we had no reason to, seriously. And there's all kinds of good, deep intellectual reasoning, as well as military and physical reasoning behind that, but we don't have to get into any of that. But in terms of the actual response to the Russian situation, the Ukraine invasion, I would say that Canada reacted from a visceral revulsion to what the Russians were up to, and we didn't pay a lot of heed to what the Americans were doing, because once the ball was rolling, once the Russians broke the glass, and that first tank tread rolled over the Ukrainian border, Canada was in, I would submit, in pretty much the same position we were in on September 1st, 1939, when the first German Panzer cranked across the Polish border. And, as everybody pretty well knows, certainly in Canada, the minute that first Panzer tank tread hit the Polish border, Canada was at war with Nazi Germany. And Great Britain was at war with Nazi Germany, and Australia was at war with Nazi Germany. And not all just at once. Britain had already predated their declaration. They declared that there would be a state of war the moment that those tank tracks hit. So they just rubber stamped what they had already decreed. Canada and Australia passed separate resolutions in their respective Houses of Commons that matched that declaration of war. Now, the U.S. did not get into the swing of things until after Pearl Harbor. So that's almost 3 years later. Most Americans aren't aware of that. Canada was in the full swing of things. It was fighting full bore. And one example was the siege of Dieppe, or the infamous seaborne assault on the port of Dieppe in Normandy by the Canadian forces. And the U.S. finally did get rolling, of course, which is excellent. But from a Canadian perspective, it took them a long time to do so. There's all kinds of perambulations and ins and outs and I's dotted and T's crossed that get up to that level. But I would say, to fast forward to now, Ukraine, Canada has a huge and wonderful Ukrainian population throughout Canada, but most particularly in Western Canada. And I'm in Alberta, but certainly throughout Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, the Ukrainian population is large, and Ukrainians have been citizens here and came here starting in 1885, when Sir Clifford Sifton endorsed the Canadian Parliament's open up the West land policies, and the building of the Canadian Pacific Railroad, which is a huge monumental undertaking in the Canadian lexicon, the Canadian history. You just refer to the Canadian Pacific Railroad, that's like you're talking almost Sermon on the Mount kind of iconic things. And that has given rise to a very acute awareness of what's going on in Ukraine. So when Putin rolled into Ukraine, Canada was also, I would submit, ready to roll. And Canada had been ready to roll for 7 years prior to that. And you only need to listen to Major Jason Giroux on this site, to the Royal Canadian Regiment. And you need to listen to Colonel Melanie Lake of the Royal Canadian Artillery, and Yehuda, of course, and many others who will essentially just verify the massive effort that's been made out of Canada vis-a-vis Ukraine since literally Crimea, since the Crimean affair. And you just need to look at the Canadian statute books to verify that, because the Canadian sanctions law, which is called the Special Provisions Against, or the Special Measures Act vis-a-vis the Russian invasion of Ukraine, special measures. So it's kind of a funny precursor to Putin's special military action baloney. But anyway, Canada took those steps starting in 2014, and the Canadian Parliament has amended that statute over 40 times since then, each time beefing up more and more and highlighting sanctions against Russia. So that's been in play for a long time. That's 9 years going on. And the attitude in terms of, is Canada going to be in for the fray or no? Well, that question I would submit was pretty well settled. We didn't have as many questions surrounding that as perhaps the U.S. did. And just to top that off, the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, his family ties have a Ukrainian aspect to them. So there's certain relationships, whether they be by marriage or otherwise, but there's a Ukrainian connection in his heritage, and the Canadian foreign minister and current minister of finance has very strong Ukraine connections, and her family back. She's out of Edmonton, Alberta, and her family is essentially one side is English and one side is Ukrainian in terms of heritage. So there's a very strong component there. And furthermore, she was one of the very first Westerners sanctioned by Putin. She has been banned from traveling to Russia for years now. So she got well ahead of the pack in terms of alienating Putin. So yeah, when this whole thing unfolded, I think it was pretty clear. It was pretty clear which route was going to be pursued by Canada, and in that respect, it maybe differed a little bit from the U.S. But it's encouraging to see what has been gone on in the United States since then. And I would submit that the comments coming out of Joe Biden since his attendance in Poland at Warsaw at the 82nd Airborne, the base of the 82nd Airborne, I would submit that those comments and those sentiments underline the American approach to this entire affair now, and bully for him. Excellent work, I would say. And that's what I've got on that subject, David. So thank you.
I thank you. That was a wonderful explanation. And yeah, I'm going to be honest that I didn't know that Canada entered World War II so far in advance of the United States. And that's very much to Canada's credit. I think the U.S. struggled with that a lot longer. And it took Pearl Harbor for us to enter politically, which is a history that I'm not entirely proud of. I think I'm glad to see Joe Biden take the stand that he's taking. And I'm glad to see that the U.S. Congress has so much bipartisan support for this. And I hope and pray that that will be maintained. And I believe it will be. It has every right to be. I think we have to be guarded against disinformation, because I, as I've said before, I think we're very vulnerable to it. We've seen that too. We have a couple hands up. We did it. And I have no idea which one is first. Did you happen to see? Or
I believe Dan is first, but I could be wrong. Go ahead, Dan.
Choice. That was a very safe choice because there's two Dans. But how about we pick the Dan with two N's, and then Daniel? Dan with two N's. Don.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, my mic's on. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
100%.
Okay. You asked for an opinion before in America. I live in the United States. I have relatives in Canada, so it's nice to hear from a lot of Canadians. Anyways, my sentiment is I love this space. It's really opened my eyes to what we need as humanity to do. I do like what the United States is doing. However, I don't like the opinions and the sentiments I hear a lot in day-to-day dealings with people if they express any opinion other than a political one about what's going on in Ukraine. Because I think they're all worried about our past in Afghanistan and Iraq. They don't want us to become the policemen of the world. But I'm sorry, we're the largest country in the world besides Russia. Largest democracy maybe. But I don't know. I just think we're the biggest consumers, and I think the least thing we can complain about is rising food prices and fuel prices when people in Europe have been paying these kind of prices for a gallon of gas for decades. And just because we produce oil here and everything, it just sickens me that they think, oh, well, we have it here, we should be able to do it here, and we should get cheaper prices. I mean, as a human being, I think we're all a global planet. I think we're all contributing to the environment and its destruction, and I think we're all responsible. And I think if it pinches our pennies, our pockets or whatever, that's the least we can complain about. I mean, but anyways, as far as Ukraine goes, I 100% support what U.S. is doing. I wish they would do more. And I love this site. It's really, helps me keep an open mind about different ideas and stuff. I mean, I was listening to Portland talking about nuclear energy and these new pod things and all that. I mean, it just blew my mind. But with that, I'm going to drop. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
So, Daniel A.
Hello. Good morning for you. For me, it is Monday. For you, it's still Sunday. I can add a comment for Dan first. I live in Romania, European Union. One of the last members who entered in 2007. And I can say something like this. I make $600 per month. This means $150 per week. How is in States the habit? My wife make half of that. I have a boy of 19 and a girl of 15. The gas prices are bigger than USA. We are probably the biggest producer of gas, methane gas, natural gas. And the prices are huge. Last winter we stayed with thermostat very, very low. We don't have huge to pay. Still, we paid every month at least $90. This will help you to understand any Americans who complain. Remember, Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, Czechia, Slovakia, they don't earn how much you earn. And they complain less because we understand. I have a question. I hope somebody can answer me. If not, we'll keep it in the air. If I understand well, the SPG, self-propelled howitzers, are not defensive weapons, but offensive. And if I know well, are at least 18 Caesars, maybe 12 Susanna, maybe 10 Dana, almost 50 Crabs, Paladins, and of course, over 100 M777. These are offensive weapons. I know it's a huge army. I know they are maybe split it in brigades, but I have a feeling they are hoarded, not use it very, very much. And I wonder, this means a concentration of troops for an offensive. That's it from me. Anything else? We talk later.
Okay, thank you for that, Daniel. I'm not sure exactly what the end result of your question is going to be, but I believe if I have it correct, or I'm stating it correctly, I believe you're inquiring as to what the source or to what extent these items you mentioned, the self-propelled howitzers and the M777s and the all of that hardware, all that material, is whether there's a collection point where all of that is being husbanded, we might say, marshaled until the assault, until the actual frontal assault. Is that pretty much what you're getting at there, Daniel? Thank you.
Yes, I imagined the Defense Ministry of Ukraine don't need to tell us we do that, we do other things, because they know better than us anything, and we become after 5 months dependent on videos of their success. But I imagine this is a very big offensive power, and if I remember well from doctrine, these are in close action with tanks and IFVs. When you start an attack, you don't put them behind the front just to stop the Russian push, where the Russian push is almost inexistent. They force to Siversk and Izium area. And I imagine their husbandry together, all these offensive weapons for a push. It was just a theoretical question for somebody qualified to explain to me what will happen. Just that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Daniel. I can try to answer a part of that, but I will warn you ahead of time. I'm not the logistics and material expert here in terms of the deployment of the physical hardware. So I probably can't give you like granular detail as to where this hardware is being husbanded, we say, but stored, or if you will, hidden from the enemy, however we term it. Okay, but what I can tell you is this: that Portland was on the site just fairly recently with reference to some of the armored, the mobile armor. So, in other words, tanks. And then we had some further updates more recently, just in the last couple of days, as to the announcements that were made for the battle tanks on the ground in terms of totals. And the initial figures given were that there were 1,000 plus battle tanks, which would be the now the ones that have been agglomerated. So whatever the T-82s or the T-72s that the Ukrainian army had on the ground initially, there were apparently a couple of hundred of those left. But more significantly, there's been armor delivered from outside the borders, so to speak. So Portland had made reference to spotting in his satellite monitoring, and he got a glimpse through the murky air of he counted 200 Polish tanks that were just held back, loitering. So basically just held back, kind of sitting there waiting quietly, biding their time for when they're called, when they're to be used. And then that window disappeared quickly. So he only got a short glimpse on the satellite of those tanks and where they were. And he didn't disclose that. And of course, we wouldn't disclose where they were, and if we even knew, and we don't know where they are, which is the way it should be. But what we do know is those tanks are sitting out there in the battle space somewhere. And Ukrainians are well smart enough to know exactly where those items will do their most damage, their most deadly damage. And then there was an American announcement that Joe Biden had made just within the last 2 or 3 days that assessed the total tanks provided to Ukraine, or available, we say available in the battle space for Ukraine at was over 1,000 initial, and then I believe that that did not account for the losses, and there was an estimate that the existing losses were somewhere in the range of 350 or thereabouts, which would leave, at least by those conservative numbers, that would leave in excess of 600 battle tanks on the ground, ready to roll, and nobody knows where they are. So that's one serious point of concern for the Russians. And I asked Portland specifically if he could give us an idea of how much we thought the Russians knew about where we had, or where the Ukrainians had, those tanks deployed. And he was not very optimistic that the Russians had eyes on any of that. So on top of which, he intimated there was a mobile factor involved. So wherever they are today, they're probably not there tomorrow. So that just gives you a clue there that there's clearly some things going on. There's some armor being moved. There's some armor on the ground. It's ready to be deployed. And the Ukrainian High Command knows exactly when to ring that bell. So, I mean, hopefully we're going to hear that at the right moment. I won't say in the near future, because it could be, I mean, that's entirely the open question, right? And we've had Major Jason Giroux of the Canadian, the Royal Canadian Regiment was on. He gave us some of his thinking on that topic. We've had other on-the-ground battle commanders give us their assessments, and that's pretty much the consensus, that nobody knows when the offensive is coming, but we know it is coming, and when it comes, it's going to fall like a hammer blow. So hopefully that sheds some light on the picture.
I imagine then the SBU chief being fired is a good sign, because he was accused his subordinates were traitors. So closing security, meaning they didn't want the enemy to understand what happened.
Yes, exactly. And we did have some discussion on that point earlier, but of course, that's a very that's a subject to which nobody really has good eyes at this stage. Clearly, some people within the Ukrainian High Command are very well aware of that, and they know precisely what's going on, and they're doing what they have to do. We don't know about that. I'm sure that their intelligence factors are deep and that they're extensive. And I would just say it seems that they are acting upon that. So, Slava Ukraine.
Heroin Slava.
I think Blitz Kid has your hand up, so go ahead.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, you're 100%.
Okay, is there a specific topic that's going on? I really love this this Walter Report show. It's really good. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Slava Ukrainians, glory to Ukraine. I really hope you guys kick some ass over there. And I just wanted to say you guys are wonderful. You guys are doing such a great job with this space, and I hope you guys have a lot of success in the days, weeks, and months to come. Thank you.
Well, Heroin Slava, and thank you for that, Blitzkid. And yeah, the current topic was dealing with the force-on-force capabilities that we are somewhat speculating on right now on the ground in Ukraine, and the overall deployment factors, and of course, considering all of the angles and all the factors that go into battle preparation. So, I mean, it's an immensely complex process. It's an immensely complicated procedure, and there's huge volumes of resources involved. And I'm sure you're got passing familiarity with for example, undertakings like the Normandy invasion, where the largest battle fleet in human history was assembled to descend upon the Nazi Empire. And what we're kind of dealing with here is the assemblage of a sufficient battle force here on the ground in Ukraine that will dispel this Russian interloping once and for all. So yeah, thank you for your comments and your concern, Blitzkid.
I got one more question. What's the actually two more questions. What's the situation going on in the south, the Kherson front, where they're massing, the Ukrainians are massing for a massive counteroffensive, which is supposed to take place next month, I think. And what's going on with those M270 multiple launch rocket systems and the HIMARS? Are they doing a good job of keeping those HIMARS safe? That's all.
Okay, well, again, we addressed that a little bit earlier, but the current information on the ground is that you're right, Kherson is a focal point, one of several focal points. None of the battle commanders and none of the military experts that we've had on site, and again, I'll reference Major Jason Giroux of the Royal Canadian Regiment. He's been asked for his insights on this very subject, and he's a very well-informed gentleman and great experience both on the ground, on military operations, and also on historical analysis. So, and none of them, including Major Giroux, will give us any final formulated conclusions as to where this blow is going to fall. But certainly Kherson is in the mix. Kherson now has Ukrainian elements on the outskirts of the city. So it's been confirmed that there are Ukrainian, and no confirmation as to numbers, no confirmation as to units, no confirmation as to the actual force on the ground. But we know that there are sufficient elements within eyeball of distance of Kherson to give coordinates, to give fire coordinates, and to map out targets for subsequent offensive if and when they occur. And yes, Kherson it's been documented now that Kherson is well within range of the HIMARS. And that alone is a very sobering thought for all Russians in Kherson, that the Ukrainian force is clearly within striking distance to do significant and serious damage. Now, that being said, Kherson is a city with still estimated to be 100,000 plus Ukrainian citizens in Kherson. So that's a very difficult factor to take into account. And none of the military strategists, none of the staff commanders will commit that there should be a frontal assault on Kherson. In fact, there's good historical reference for the concept that if they're going to advance on that front, it's entirely feasible as a strategic option to isolate Kherson and to carry on. In other words, isolate and carry on with the force to the south, with the objective of a strangulation effect at Kherson. Now, that's a total strategic question mark and a total strategic mystery box. Nobody knows whether that's going to happen. But the flip side of that is that Major Giroux is also a world expert on urban warfare, and he's written books on the Canadian offensive in the Ortona quadrant in the Italian campaign. So he's very well versed in urban warfare and urban tactics, and it's also very clear that that the effect of a direct result on Kherson would have to be very carefully considered, because everybody knows the factors involved. But the thinking being, and this is just one potential strategic outcome, is that if Kherson is surrounded and isolated and strangled off, if you will, and the move carries to the south, that the garrison at Kherson would quite possibly surrender. In other words, if you're a Russian recruit, orc, whatever you may wish to call them, and you're trapped in Kherson with 100,000 angry Ukrainian citizens who hate every molecule of you for the way you've treated them, and you've got the Ukrainian army marching forward in an advance to the south, whether that be Mariupol or whatever the target might be, that alone is a very menacing thought for any Russians left behind in Kherson. And that's just Kherson. That's before we get back into the northwestern battlefront. So there's all kinds of other options and strategies and tactics that can be employed at Severodonetsk, at all the way up to Kharkiv. So you've got essentially a 1,000-mile battlefront that the Russians should be biting their nails on and contemplating their fates. So hopefully that sheds a little bit of light on it. I know there's still probably more questions, raises more questions than answers, but hopefully that helps. Thank you. Any other questions, David?
I was going to say, I thought that was a great explanation. And I think, we have been waiting. I think as we've seen the armaments go into Ukraine, the heavy gear, sort of hoping for the sort of assault that I think that Daniel was asking for. And, but now that we've seen the effect of the HIMARS disrupting the supply chain, clearly there's a big advantage towards disrupting all of that, destroying all their munitions, making the ability for Russians to respond to a Ukrainian offensive much, harder to deploy, puts those units at a much bigger advantage. So we don't know their strategy, but if this is their strategy, it looks really good to me.
Yes, exactly. It's a classic case of keep the enemy guessing. And for anybody who's a student of World War II, if you followed all of the machinations and the maneuvering that went on with General Dwight Eisenhower and General Montgomery and the Allied Command, that there was a continuous, the front was in continuous motion and the machine was in continuous motion in terms of where the hammer was going to fall. And as it turns out, hey, the Germans caught a big surprise on Sword and on Omaha and Utah, and most particularly for Canadians on on the beaches on that side of the Juno front. So, yeah, there is still hopefully in the making a big surprise for the Russians here.
It's a surprise, and it's also there. You know, it's like when you have those bombing campaigns that precede invasion. You know, the logistics, all of their support structures have been significantly undermined by the HIMARS. So they don't have the stocks to go back to. They're already, you know, worn down from the fighting that they were doing before, and they don't have the ability to replenish it. That seems like a really good, you know, strategic position for the, you know, the strategic advantage for the Ukrainians right now. But we'll see what's next. Maybe there's another step in the Ukrainian strategy to further advantage themselves. I'm waiting to see it. We've had a few people come up, Hans and Flashman. If you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, you can raise your hand. I also want to say that, Dan, I enjoyed your comments and I appreciated them, and I was turning over some things on a barbecue. I couldn't get to the phone fast enough, but I appreciated everything you said. Okay, I think Flashman, you were first. Go ahead.
Hi, how you doing? In terms of this potential offensive in the south, what's to prevent the disruption or failure of such a operation if the Russians are capable of the same kind of artillery onslaught that, you know, they delivered in the Donbass? Is that because those the resources in the Donbass region are not yet present in the south? Is it because, as has been mentioned, that the supply chain has been reduced through the use of the HIMARS? I spend time here, listening to your experts and going through my own media sources, and I've never really been able to delve into that or find an answer to that. I do hear individuals here say, this is a great idea, and not a military mind in any way, shape, or form am I. But noticing that, knowing that the odds being stacked against the Ukrainians in the Donbass with that artillery onslaught, is this likely to happen again if they were to amass such a large offensive in the south? Am I not seeing something here? I'm presuming that there's just not the same kind of material down there, or the Russians had in comparison to what they had concentrated in the Donbass. Am I right in thinking that, and that's why the Kherson seems like a vulnerability? Thanks.
Yes, to answer part of that, I think you're correct that the part of the reason is the difficulty of supply and resupply in that quadrant, and the other difficulty is that we know the Russians have been forced to withdraw battle groups from that quadrant up into the Lysychansk and the Severodonetsk and the quadrants north, so even north to Kharkiv. So at some point it becomes a bit of a shell game. The Russians simply do not seem to have the numbers left over to play a full strength game across 1,000 kilometer front. So that in North American equivalents, you're talking about 700-mile battlefront and juggling an ever-diminishing supply of resources on the Russian end. And to couple that off, we've had ongoing reports that now, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've seen up to 40 ammunition dumps blown on the Russian sectors across the front. So there's been just an immense attrition of Russian storage facilities and Russian ammunition capabilities. And now Trent Talenko was on earlier today. Unfortunately, I just got the very last couple of minutes of his presentation. But Trent is just a rock star on the logistics front, and he's got years and years, I think 25 plus or so years with the U.S. Defense Department in logistics. And he analyzes just literally tooth and nail and the very granular detail of every aspect of logistics. And he counts it down to the extent of even the supply and movement of the actual missiles and the actual ammunition pods themselves. And he notes that the Russians, even before the big strikes on the Russian railroad depots, and there's been several of those east into Donbass, where they've literally, just within the last week, they blew up a massive supply Russian arms depot that also seemed to be a supply depot for some bizarre forms of rocket fuel. So when the thing, as per their space program or whatever rocketry programs, they still had alive. So it literally went up like a Roman candle. It just blew the whole thing. It was just an incredible incendiary sight to behold. And that was a rail yard, an assembly point. And there's been 40 other arms depots across the 1,000 kilometer, less than 1,000 kilometers, because it's more focused right now. But yeah, so the bottom line being the logistics thinking, and anyone who listened to Trent Talenko's full presentation, please correct me if I'm misstating, but I believe the summary was that the Russians have been so heavily attrited and are continuing to be so attrited in their ammunition supplies, and that their logistical movements, so the resupply movement, which has to go literally, it's quite a dog and pony show that Trent Talenko will take you through, as compared to the Ukrainian army, which is totally modularized, if you will, and totally compartmentalized, and the ammunition and the rocket resupplies are all moved by pods, and they're moved by forklifts, and they're moved by mobile receptacle mobile devices that will move these things quickly and rapidly from point to point. So just a whole different experience.
Okay, yeah. And so this says, so the Ukrainians have bought themselves some time in terms of preparing this offensive, and it's not as if time is of the essence now. We must move forward before the Russians re-equip, resupply. There's a larger window here that the Ukrainians can play with in terms of beginning this operation in the south.
Yes, exactly. And as mentioned earlier, the Ukrainians smartly have played and are playing their cards very close to their vest. So nobody can say with certainty precisely where the thrust is going to come and which vector they're going to come out on. But we do know that as we go, the material buildup carries on. The British Army keeps increasing the training efforts on the plains of Salisbury in England, and there's more and more Ukrainian recruits, if you will, or troops being fed into the system. So there's clear capability building here, and nobody I've heard from and nobody I've spoken to is prepared to stipulate that there's any kind of a similar capability on the Russian side. So that, I mean, I would suggest that clearly the Russians have got some serious strategic thinking in front of them here, and of course their thinking caps keep getting eliminated, so their capable thinkers keep dwindling also.
Thankfully for that. And this would theoretically be a land operation with air support, nothing naval.
Correct. Yeah, there's no theorizing as to naval right now. Anything that happened on the naval front would have to involve either the Royal Navy or the U.S. 8th Fleet, I believe, right now, or is it the 7th Fleet that's in the Mediterranean? But regardless, nobody is going near the Dardanelles or the Bosphorus because it's simply not feasible logistically, and also the Montreux Treaty, which has been in place since I think 1930, mid 1930s or 32, I guess. The Montreux Treaty has stipulated that everybody will respect the Turkish sovereignty, if you will, over the Straits of Passage, the Dardanelles. So nobody's going to move in, and certainly the Russians can't move out either, given that factor. So they're kind of stuck in a bathtub. Their main battle cruiser is on the bottom. They've got various other support vessels that reportedly were struck. I don't think there's no serious thinkers are proposing any kind of major naval factor here. You're right. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I've trying to conceptualize this whole thing in my head over the last, I guess talk of this has been going on for the last couple of weeks. So thank you, Mr. Leonard. That's fantastic. And then great listening to you and getting all this valuable information. And I hope there's other space over there called Mirai Report. I hope that's not a splinter group. I think it's important that all these groups stick together and we remain unified and getting the Russians the hell out of the Ukraine. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for your comments, Flashman. And no, those are our buddies over there. They just didn't warn us. They didn't warn us ahead of time that we were going to be going side saddle on this. So no, the two groups will be joined again, I think.
Clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for
your
comments.
I do want to note that I just saw an alert come through that there may be a connection issue going on. So we may have to restart the space, which is an adventure that I don't think either of us have dealt with. So we'll see what happens next. But just keep monitoring the space. And I think we have another question from Daniel. And thanks for your comments, Flashman.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Видео снимаю. Ай-яй-яй.
Наша держава Россия.
Amazing voice.
Контакт слева.
я тут видео снимаю.
Склад города Стаханов, именно по нему пришелся основной удар американскими системами «Хаймерс». Здесь хранились продукты и материалы для восстановления города. Как видите, жители Стаханова остались без продовольствия, материалов для восстановления также практически нет. А вы дома были в этот момент?
Нет, у сына были, повезло.
Мы вчера пришли.
Ну, Санька стоит, только печка газовая торчит. Все провалилось, только вниз.
9.
Кровати торчат.
Машину выгоняли вчера.
Рано утром, около 4 часов утра, 15 июля 2022 года, противник нанес ракетный удар по населенному пункту Стаханов. В результате ракетного удара повреждено множество частных жилых домостроений. Есть полностью уничтоженные дома, есть частично разрушенные. Также еще пострадали множество многоэтажных, многоквартирных жилых домов.
Раненые, погибшие.
В результате обстрела, по предварительным данным, ранены 2 мирных жителя. Вот. Ну, уничтожено очень много гражданской инфраструктуры. Огонь был нанесен противником из вооружения реактивных систем залпового огня М142 «Хаймерс» производства Соединенных Штатов Америки. В данном случае это управляемые ракеты вот с такими, скажем так, готовыми поражающими элементами.
Holy fuck! Where? The shopping center! Oh shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! Something behind! Drone, yeah, I saw it! IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn him, there should be a burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine, he needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Открыто рано. Турникет? Нет. Так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть...
Около 50 человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом. С противоположной стороны украинцев. Все. То есть, ну кто кого называет.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танком. И по снайперам с танков не рубят.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не заблазь. Победа за нами.
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, иди сюда, давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько у вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали?
Нет.
Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Потом,
да.
Дотерпите до того.
Наблюдали.
Кто поменьше, полегче, вытаскивайте того пидора. Так, прикроешь? Давай я прикрою.
Да хуй прикрывать, надо утаскивать.
А, все, вижу. Луки, блядь. Нихуя, тут джавелинчик лежит, блядь.
Задача какая была? Давай потом.
Да наблюдать у них была задача.
Вот пулемет взяли нахуй.
Пулемет возьмите, оборону. Хули ты стоишь, бинт? Кто?
Пулемет, вот ты готов.
Ну все, нахуй, один за него, бинт, ложись за него быстрее.
Командир, иди сюда.
Связь с кем? Там кто стоит? Сколько там человек стоит? Сколько там?
Взвод здесь не будет.
Взвод? С артиллерии. Взвод охранения.
Россия у нас здесь в сердце.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления, можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну, дождевой воды, спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возить хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Контакт слева.
小红书。
fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venetia the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn him, burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine, he needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold, there's blood everywhere.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, ovan Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi.
Турникет уже есть, да? Тільки відкрита. Турникет? Ні, это как, простите, оставьте.
Скажи, что треба.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я medic. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть... Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venezia the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Нога. Відкрита рана. Турникет? Ні, так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, там есть...
Ай-яй-яй.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, по особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Единственное, вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не было.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды. Спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Контакт слева.
小红书。
Мотивация какая была к этому делу? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны? А зачем деньги? И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Ну так ти жити не будеш. Ти жити не будеш.
Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень, подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні в місті. Ну, я нічого не хочу зараз ні наврочити, нічого не сказати, але просто я, друзі, хочу вам сказати, що будьте уважними, як завжди, кожен день, так і всі вихідні дні. Відпочивайте, все ж таки спостерігаючи за відповідними сигналами і за відповідною інформацією. Хочу побажати всім всього найкращого, друзі, всім нам перемоги, миру, злагоди. Слава Україні!
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Всё. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Світ все одно він дивиться і нас них захищає. Скільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Чистый остров наш Змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Давай. Наводь.
Навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Выше чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо.
小红书。
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните,
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Всё. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу. Еще тушит.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Вещь чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо. Ракета! Бери, білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу. Молодець.
Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
Около 50 человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом. Противоположной стороны находится. Все. То есть, ну кто кого называется.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Давай. Все, отстегивай ракету.
Наша держава, Россия, любимая наша страна, могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Слава
там не руки.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Не верю своим глазам. Что сейчас? Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не за вас. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
Ман.
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є таке бажання і можливості.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні в місті. Ну, я нічого не хочу зараз ні наврочити, нічого не сказати, але просто я, друзі, хочу вам сказати, що будьте уважними, як завжди, кожен день, так і всі вихідні дні. Відпочивайте, все ж таки спостерігаючи за відповідними сигналами і за відповідною інформацією. Хочу побажати всім всього найкращого, друзі, всім нам перемоги, миру, злагоди. Слава Україні!
Світ все одно він дивиться і нас не...
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде — это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не ополчилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Мотивация какая была к той неделе? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны.
А, деньги нужны?
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь. Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Чистый остров наш Змеиный, больше нету там Орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды. Спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменти.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні в місті. Ну, я нічого не хочу зараз ні наврочити, нічого не сказати, але просто я, друзі, хочу вам сказати, що будьте уважними, як завжди, кожен день, так і всі вихідні дні. Відпочивайте, все ж таки спостерігаючи за відповідними сигналами і за відповідною інформацією. Хочу побажати всім всього найкращого, друзі, всім нам перемоги, миру, злагоди. Слава Україні!
Мотивация какая была, кроме денег? Кроме захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Ну, так ты же
Жить?
не будешь. Ты же
Жить?
будешь. Вряд ли жить. Курс доллара маленький.
Ай-яй-яй. Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn, burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Турникет? Нет. Так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть...
Мотивация какая была к той неделе? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны.
А, деньги нужны?
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь.
Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький. Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад нож! Аллаху Акбар!
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, иди сюда, давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали?
Нет.
Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Начался работать, не навел.
Держи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом с противоположной стороны украинцев. Все. То есть, ну кто кого называется.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танков. И по снайперам с танков не рубят.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не за вас. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
Контакт слева.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. От, зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неділю до да, зробили мост. Все подобається, все, люди проїжджають, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Давай.
Світ все одно він дивиться і нас не захищає. Скільки ми розпросили закрити небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми підемо далі і все розрушить, все.
Ай-яй-яй.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn him. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не ополчилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Давай.
Турникет уже есть, да? Только відкрита рана. Турникет? Ні, это как, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть...
Контакт зліва.
Мотивация какая была, кроме денег? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь.
Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. От, зараз лучше проезжать по ньому. То вообще його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, быстренько все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю до да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен вообще?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возить хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну, дождевой воды, спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn killer, burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine, he needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Нога. Турникет? Нет, так, простите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, Танис.
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбились. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Такое рвало тут конкретно. Это Ирмина. Разбомбили технику нашу. Еще тушит.
Давай. Наводь.
Навожу.
Давай, хорошо.
Давай. Все, отстегиваю ракету.
Єс! Тихо. Ракета, ракета! Білу, білу беріть! Микола, ви оцей білу. Молодець.
Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
Контакт слева.
Мотивация какая была к той неделе? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты же не будешь. Ты жить не будешь?
Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Контакт слева. Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, сюда, иди сюда, 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 давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, 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 давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, на спину, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? Блядь. А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может ты Бандера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бандера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько у вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали? Нет. Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Наверное, его.
А?
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбились. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Да я видео снимаю.
Склад города Стаханов, именно по нему пришелся основной удар американскими системами «Хаймерс». Здесь хранились продукты и материалы для восстановления города. Как видите, жители Стаханова остались без продовольствия, материалов для восстановления также практически нет. А вы дома были в этот момент?
Нет, у сына были, повезло.
Мы вчера пришли.
Ну, Санька стоит, только печка газовая торчит. Все провалилось, только дни.
9.
Кровати торчат.
Машину выгоняли вчера.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Вроде бы попал. Рэдер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него.
Siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Здесь попадание. Разбегаются стороны.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
В результате ракетного удара повреждено множество частных жилых домостроений. То есть полностью уничтоженные дома, есть частично разрушенные. Также еще пострадали множество многоэтажных, многоквартирных жилых домов.
Раненые, погибшие.
В результате обстрела, по предварительным данным, ранено 2 мирных жителя. Вот. Уничтожено очень много гражданской инфраструктуры. Огонь был нанесен противником из вооружения реактивных систем залпового огня М142 «Хаймерс» производства Соединенных Штатов Америки. В данном случае это управляемые ракеты вот с такими, скажем так, готовыми поражающими элементами.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venetia the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn killer. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Турникет? Нет, так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
стоном исчила жизни, грядущие нам открывают года, нам силу.
Світ усе одно він дивиться і нас не захищає. Тільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Ай-яй-яй.
Ман.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Контакт слева.
po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, jer srpska granata ko da oči ima. Ja već žalim dušmane,
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn killer. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold, there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Тихо, відкрита рана. Турникет? Ні, это так, простите. Оставьте.
Скажи, что треба.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, там есть...
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбились. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили технику нашу. Еще тушит.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота.
小红书。
У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления, можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды, спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо что позабрать. Нормально, что слабо.
Вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О. А так я не могу сказать. У нас вот это мне надо, ингалятора. О. Проходите в дом. Проезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда 2 раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит только. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад нож! Аллаху Акбар!
живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Начался работать миномет.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом с противоположной стороны находится. Все. То есть, ну, кто кого называется.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танков. И по снайперам с танков не рубят.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами делаем.
Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не согласны. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
Світу все одно. Чаю, скільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбились.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod. All clear. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления, можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну, дождевой воды, спасибо. Был
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod. All clear. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Наводь, наводь. Навожу. Давай, хорошо. Вещь чуть-чуть. Yes! Тихо. Ракета! Білу беріть! Микола, ви оцей білу.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv. All clear. Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data. Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv. All clear. Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
That was fucking amazing. Really? Absolutely. They were right. You got a 10, man. On that note, dude, thanks. No problem. And amazing voice.
Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn him, there should be a burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine, he needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Открыто рано. Турникет? Нет, это оставьте.
Скажи, что треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть...
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Мотивация какая была к этому делу? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь. Бля, ты жить. Курс доллара маленький.
小红书。
50 человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом с противоположной стороны украинцы. Все. То есть, ну кто кого называется.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танком. И по снайперам с танков не рубят.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не согласны. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Вещь чуть-чуть. Тихо. Ракета! Бери, білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу. Молодець.
Горят, суки.
Молодці, блядь.
Holy fuck! Where? The shopping center! Oh shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn burn. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Открыто рано. Турникет? Нет, это так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, там есть...
Контакт слева.
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, иди сюда. Давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали?
Нет.
Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Потом, вытаскивайте до того. Кто поменьше, полегче, вытаскивайте того пидора.
Так, прикроешь? Давай я прикрою.
Да хуй прикрывать, надо утаскивать.
А, все, вижу. Лупки, блядь. Нихуя, тут джавелинчик лежит, блядь.
Задача какая была?
Давай потом это...
Да наблюдать у них была задача.
Оборону, вот пулемет взяли нахуй.
Пулемет возьмите, оборону. Хули ты...
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Всё. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Такое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу. Еще тушит.
так есть и так будет.
Да я видео снимаю.
Контакт слева.
Мотивация какая была, кроме денег? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны. И все.
А, деньги нужны.
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь. Вряд ли жить. Курс доллара маленький.
Слава
про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні в місті. Ну, я нічого не хочу зараз ні наврочити, нічого не сказати, але просто я, друзі, хочу вам сказати, що будьте уважними, як завжди, кожен день, так і всі вихідні дні. Відпочивайте, все ж таки спостерігаючи за відповідними сигналами і за відповідною інформацією. Хочу побажати всім всього найкращого, друзі, всім нам перемоги, миру, злагоди. Слава Україні! Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Такое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу.
Мотивация какая была к той неделе? Крови захотел, да?
Ветеранка у меня есть, мне только деньги нужны.
А, деньги нужны?
А зачем деньги?
И убивать дальше, блядь, ради денег?
Да ты жить не будешь. Ты жить не будешь. Вряд ли живу. Курс доллара маленький.
Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi.
живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом с противоположной стороны украинцев. Все. То есть, ну кто кого называется.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танком. И по снайперам с танков не лучше.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не за вас. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Продовольственный склад города Стаханов. Именно по нему пришелся основной удар.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад нож! Аллаху Акбар!
Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо шапку подобрать. Нормально, что слабо. О, вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О, а так я не могу сказать. У нас вот это мне надо, ингалятора. О. Проходите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит, такая. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна, да. От, зараз...
А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать? Як пенсия минимальная.
Контакт слева.
Air siren alert
Двое
update.
еще где, блядь?
Mykolaiv.
Иди
Partial
сюда,
alert.
сюда, иди сюда,
This
сюда,
message
сюда,
has been
давай, иди
generated
сюда,
with
родной.
municipal data.
Сюда, 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 давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, на спину, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? Блядь. А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я українець.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, троє.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали? Нет. Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv. Partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроєм.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Вытаскивайте до того. Кто поменьше, полегче, вытаскивайте того пидора.
Так, прикроешь? Давай я прикрою.
Я хуй прикрывать надо вытаскивать.
А, все, вижу. Лупки, блядь. Нихуя, тут джавелинчик лежит, блядь.
Ear siren alert update. Mykolaiv. Full alert. Odessa. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Кто? Ну все, нахуй, один за него, бинт, ложись за него быстрее.
Командир,
иди сюда. Связь с кем? Там кто стоит? Сколько там человек стоит? Сколько там?
взвод здесь не будет.
Взвод? С артиллерии. Взвод охранения.
Ear siren alert update. Mykolaiv. Full alert. Odessa. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Около 50 человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь.
Вот наш дом с противоположной стороны украинцев. Все. То есть, ну кто кого называется.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танком. И по снайперам с танков не рушат.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не за вас. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
я тут видео снимаю.
Ай-яй-яй.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні.
Наша держава, Россия, любимая наша страна, могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Мудрость народная, славься, страна, мы гордимся тобой. Широких просторах вместила жизни, грядущие нам открывают года, нам силу дают.
Слава Україні!
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Контакт слева.
Ебать, это страшно.
Srbi pozdrav po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbi pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, jer srpska granata ko da oči ima. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, jer srpska granata ko da oči ima. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, Вов, ногу только.
Слабо. Надо шапку позабрать, Серег. Нормально, что слабо.
О, вот это поддержу.
Наша держава, Россия любимая, наша страна, могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Мудрость народная, славься страна, мы гордимся тобой. Широких просторах вместила жизни, грядущие нам открывают года. Нам силу дает наша вольность отчизны. Так было, так есть и так будет всегда. Славься страна, мы гордимся тобой.
Goosebumps, man.
I don't know if it's good, but I'm sure the internet will tell me.
That was fucking amazing.
Really?
Absolutely. They were right. You got a 10, man. On that note, dude, thanks.
No problem.
And amazing voice.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venice the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. Burn kit, where should be a burn? He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine, he needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Тихо, відкрита рана. Турникет? Нет, это... Так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть...
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Ман.
Давай. Все, отстегивай ракету.
Чистый остров наш змеиный, больше нету там орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну, дождевой воды, спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Ты навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Выше чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо. Ракета! Беріть, білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу. Молодець.
Горят, суки.
Молодці, блядь.
Вроде бы попал. Ветер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Есть попадание. Разбегаются стороны. Да. Да. Попадай. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление. Давай.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Ладно. Надо шапку подобрать. Нормально, что слабо.
Вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О. А так я не могу сказать. у нас. Вот это мне надо. Ингалятора. О. Походите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит, такая. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать? Як пенсия минимальная.
Я единственное хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Just
Світ усе одно він дивиться і нас не захищає. Скільки ми розпросили закрите небо. А світ просто дивиться, як Україну вбиває. Як вбивають наших дітей, солдат, людей, щоб захистити від цього тирана, тому що якщо не ми, він піде далі і все розрушить, все.
Ман.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды. Спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
po granati šalje. Zagreb je daleko, Sarajevo još dalje, pa vam Srbim pozdrav po granati šalje. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Zenicu ne vidimo, Tuzla u daljini, al granata pogađa, Srbine ne brini. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je pošaljemo ona i pogodi. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, jer srpska granata koda oči ima. Ja već žalim dušmane, teško li je njima, srpska granata ko da očima, srpsku granatu Božja ruka vodi, tamo gde je...
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо шапку позабрать. Нормально, что слабо. О, вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда. О, а так я не могу сказать. У нас вот это мне надо, ингалятора. О, походите в дом. Приезжал. Ну, все было более-менее. Когда одно попадание было, еще крыша целая была. Окон это все внутри так и было, а крыша была целая. А когда второй раз, я не знаю, что поснимало всю крышу. И матрасов даже нет. В мир я верю, так когда он наступит такая. Вот в чем суть дела. Вот. Мир всегда бывает, в любой войне. Любая война заканчивается миром. Только какой ценой? Фу-фу-фу. А я не знаю, что мне делать. Где мне жить, я не знаю. Лето-то нормально, сейчас где-то там квартирку сниму. А что снимать? Як пенсия минимальная.
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, сюда, иди сюда, 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 давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, 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 давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, на спину, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может, ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй.
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали? Нет. Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй. Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука?
Контакт слева.
Около 50 человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Давай.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Ты навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Вещи чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо. Ракета! Білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу.
Молодец. Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды. Спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Продовольственный склад города Стаханов. Именно по нему пришелся основной удар американскими системами «Хаймерс». Здесь хранились продукты и материалы для восстановления города. Как видите, жители Стаханова остались без продовольствия, материалов для восстановления также практически нет.
Наша держава, Россия. наша страна, могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Славься, Отечество, наше свободное, братский народов союз вековой, преданная, мудрость народная. Славься, страна, мы гордимся тобой, широких просторах мечтила жизни, грядущие нам открывают года, нам силу дает наша воля.
Air siren alert update. Odessa, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Кухонька стоит, только печка газовая торчит. Все провалилось, только вниз. Кровати торчат.
Машину выгоняли вчера.
Рано утром, около 4 часов утра, 15 июля 2022 года, противник нанес ракетный удар по населенному пункту Стаханов. В результате ракетного удара повреждено множество частных жилых домостроений. То есть полностью уничтоженные дома, есть частично разрушенные. Также еще пострадали множество многоэтажных, квартирных жилых домов.
Раненые, погибшие.
В результате обстрела, по предварительным данным, ранены 2 мирных жителя. Вот. Ну, уничтожено очень много гражданской инфраструктуры. Огонь был нанесен противнику.
Air siren alert update. Odessa, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Соединенных Штатов Америки. В данном случае это управляемые ракеты, вот с такими, скажем так, готовыми поражающими элементами.
Siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Около 50 человек живой силы и 3 единицы бронетехники, как принял.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна, да. От, зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возить хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Скажи, у нас есть осколков много здесь. Вот наш дом с противоположной стороны Украинцы. Все. То есть, ну, только вон.
Могу красиво рассказать, что в кварталах жилых бои не ведут с танков. И по снайперам с танков не рубят.
У нас выбора не было. Либо защищаем, либо мы сами будем.
Быстрее, ребята, мы рядом с вами. Не за вас. Победа за нами, ребятки, победа за нами. Россия, у нас здесь сердце.
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень. Подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо.
Двое еще где, блядь? Иди сюда, сюда, иди сюда, 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 давай, иди сюда, родной. Сюда, 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 давай. Еще, сука. Лег, на спину лег, на спину, сука, лег. Повернись. Красавчик какой, а? А, фрицевский ножик, нахуй. Фашист, что ли, сука? Нет?
Я украинец.
Украинец? Может ты Бендера, блядь, а?
Нет.
Точно, сука, не Бендера? Да. Что у тебя тут еще есть, нахуй? Сколько вас тут? Трое было, да?
Да, трое.
Трое? Слава Украине орал, блядь? Орал слава Украине, нахуй?
Пацаны, там не наши, нет.
Там не наши, нахуй. Что, блядь, не ожидали в гости, нахуй, да? Не ждали? Нет. Давай, блядь, повернись еще повернись. Вторую сторону тебе сниму, блядь. Давай, нахуй.
Иди сюда.
Теплаки есть?
Нет.
Что есть? А? Что-нибудь есть? Интересного, вкусного есть что-нибудь, сука? Раны где? Где ранило, блядь? Показывай. Ногу? Да. Больно? Третий где?
Там, втроем.
Втроем? А что он там делает? Что с ним? Ему плохо?
Убила, наверное, его.
А?
Убила его, наверное.
Убила?
Да.
Не ожидали, да?
Не ожидали.
А что вы тут вообще делали? Какую функцию несли?
Просто наблюдали.
Потом, вытаскивайте до того. Кто поменьше, полегче, вытаскивайте того пидора.
Так, прикроешь? Давай я прикрою.
Да хуй прикрывать, надо вытаскивать.
А, все, вижу. Луки, блядь. Нихуя, тут джавелинчик лежит, блядь.
Задача какая была? Давай потом.
Да наблюдать у них была задача.
Оборону, вот пулемет взяли нахуй.
Пулемет возьмите, оборону. Хули ты стоишь, бинт? Кто?
Пулемет, вот ты готов.
Вот все, нахуй, один за него, бинт, ложись за него быстрее.
Командир, иди сюда.
Связь с кем? Там кто стоит? Сколько там человек стоит? Сколько там?
Да, взвод здесь не будет.
Взвод? С артиллерии. Взвод охранения.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venetia the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые. Турникет уже есть, да? Нога. Відкрита рана. Турникет? Нет. Так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, что треба.
Я не знаю, я не медик. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я медик. Find a medic. Вот, видите, там есть...
Доброе утро. Сегодня 5 марта, суббота. Я нахожусь у себя дома. У нас с 28 февраля нет отопления. Можно сказать, нет света, связи. И со 2 марта у нас нет воды. Вот я набрала ванну дождевой воды. Спасибо, был дождик, выручил нас. Вот еще сейчас спущусь в подвал, покажу свои апартаменты.
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна, да. От, зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю где-то, да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен вам?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде — это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не ополчилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России!
Ай-яй-яй.
Да я видео снимаю.
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбились. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу.
Чистый остров наш Змеиный, больше нету там Орды. Они жестом доброй воли получили там пизды.
Ман.
підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна, да. От, зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за сколько, наверное, за неделю до да, сделали мост. Все нравится, все люди проезжают, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Да, конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Контакт зліва.
Давай.
Все, отстегивай ракету.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Ай-яй-яй.
Очень большое количество палаток для строителей и ремонтников. И это еще не все. Это просто отсюда столько видно.
Контакт слева.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Вроде бы попал. Рэдер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Здесь попадание.
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Всё. Не знаю, что тут должно было такое. Рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу.
Продовольственный склад города Стаханов. Именно по нему пришелся основной удар американскими системами «Хаймерс». Здесь хранились продукты и материалы для восстановления города. Как видите, жители Стаханова остались без продовольствия, материалов для восстановления также практически нет.
Снайпер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Сейчас. Есть попадание. Разбиваются в стороны. Да. Да. Попадай. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление. Давай, давай. Да блин.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня не получилось, Всевышний, на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает.
А вы дома были в этот
Нет,
момент?
у сына были, повезло.
Мы вчера пришли.
Ну, Сонька стоит, только печка газовая торчит. Ты провалилась, только вниз.
9.
В кровати торчала.
Машину выгоняли вчера.
Рано утром, около 4 часов утра, 15 июля 2022 года, противник нанес ракетный удар по населенному пункту Стахана. В результате ракетного удара повреждено множество частных жилых домостроений. То есть полностью уничтоженные дома, есть частично разрушенные. Также еще пострадали множество многоэтажных, квартирных жилых домов.
Раненые, погибшие.
В результате обстрела, по предварительным данным, ранены 2 мирных жителя. Вот. Ну, уничтожено очень много гражданской инфраструктуры. Огонь был нанесен противником из вооружения реактивных систем залпового огня М142 «Хаймерс» производства Соединенных Штатов Америки. В данном случае это управляемые ракеты вот с такими, скажем так, готовыми поражающими элементами.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Выше чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо. Ракета, ракета! Білу, білу беріть! Микола, ви цей білу.
Молодец. Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
Holy fuck. Where? The shopping center. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. У вас все хорошо? Мы были... Oh my god, the entire bus is missing.
Я единственное вам хочу сказать, дорогие братья и сестры, запомните, сила в правде это не просто слова. Ибо Всевышний, сколько бы против меня получилось, Всевышний на чьей стороне правда, тому силу дает. Не восстанет никогда фашистская нога, тем более на святой израильской земле. Слава России! Ахмад ночь! Аллаху Акбар!
Ветер стоит, вижу людей, один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Здесь попадание. Разбиваются трубы. Да.
Давай. Наводь, наводь.
Навожу.
Давай, хорошо. Вещь чуть-чуть.
Yes!
Тихо. Ракета! Білу беріть. Микола, оцей білу.
Молодец. Горят, суки.
Молодцы, блядь.
Вот это прилетело. Базу разбомбили. Все. Не знаю, что тут должно было. Какое рвало тут конкретно. Вот это Ирмина. Разбомбили. Технику нашу. Еще тушит.
Контакт зліва.
小红书。
Air siren alert update, Dnipropetrovsk, partial alert, this message has been generated with municipal data. Siren alert update, Dnipropetrovsk, partial alert, this message has been generated with municipal data.
Holy fuck, where? The shopping center, oh shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC. Вот все хорошо. Мы были. Oh my god, the entire bus is missing windows. I don't know what to do. I'm not a medic. There's burn dressing. Все будет хорошо. Shit! Would have never thought in Venezia the car still has windows. Так, нету. Вода! У кого-то есть вода? Ему две таблетки. He needs to stop walking. Вам надо присесть. Morphine. He needs morphine. Вам нужна еще одна аптечка? Турникеты есть, здесь есть. Let's find wounded people, bring them to the ambulance. Can hold there's blood everywhere. Вышли, все вышли. Есть раненые.
Вроде бы попал. Ветер стоит, вижу людей. Один сверху, один стоит прямо возле него. Здесь попадание. Разбегаются. Да. Да. Попадание. Огонь не вижу, но сильное задымление. Давай. Да блин.
Тихо, відкрита рана. Турникет?
Ні, це
Так, подождите. Оставьте.
Скажи, що треба.
Я не знаю, я не имею. Там сильно раненая женщина. Вот, видите? Я medic. Find a medic. Вот, видите? Там есть...
Про безпеку. Будь ласка, уважно. Я хотів би всім порадити, нам всім з вами провести уважно, дисципліновано, в безпеці вихідні дні. За можливості можна провести їх десь за містом, якщо у когось є такі бажання і можливості. Якщо ви залишаєтеся в місті, будь ласка, поменше відвідуйте такі місця великих скупчень, подумайте, де вам краще знаходитися в безпеці, щоб у вас було і нормально провести вихідний день, відпочити, я маю на увазі, але щоб ви знаходилися також в безпеці. Ще раз повторюю, я думаю, що сьогодні, завтра, післязавтра треба приділити своїй безпеці велику увагу. Я прошу всім скористатися моєю цією порадою. Будь ласка, будьте уважні, слідкуйте за сигналами повітряної тривоги. Якщо ви будете за містом, можливо, ви їх не почуєте, але за містом ви будете, мабуть, більш в безпеці, ніж на ці вихідні в місті. Ну, я нічого не хочу зараз ні наврочити, нічого не сказати, але просто я, друзі, хочу вам сказати, що будьте уважними, як завжди, кожен день, так і всі вихідні дні. Відпочивайте, все ж таки спостерігаючи за відповідними сигналами і за відповідною інформацією. Хочу побажати всім всього найкращого, друзі, всім нам перемоги, миру, злагоди. Слава Україні!
Підорвали мост місяця 4 назад, як починалась війна. Да. Зараз лучше проїжджати по ньому. То взагалі його почти не було, ну там половинка, ну що половинка, що може половинка бути там, особо ніхто не проїде. Ну так, швидко все. Та за скільки, наверное, за неділю до да, зробили мост. Все подобається, все люди проїжджають, все отлично.
А мост нужен?
Конечно, нужен. Потому что возят хлеб, сахар, ну, кушать, покушать что-то.
Сейчас я поддержу.
А ну, во. Ногу только.
Слабо. Надо шапку позабрать. Нормально, что слабо.
Вот, вот это поддержу. А где было попадание, я не знаю. Вот 2 раза, наверное, сюда.